We we are live. We are almost live. Okay, we are live. Hello everyone who's watching us
Hello.
unlisted. I am going to unlist it now, but hello, to
Hello.
ECUM
Hi.
33.
What an incompetent streamer, Marcus.
No, everything I've done here is pretty competent. The issues were 6 minutes late, and being late is not a
You're
ECUM
very
staple, and that never
inconsistently
happens before.
consistent.
I mean, sure. I mean that could fit. But yes,
So
hello
I can see
everyone.
Spider-Man being dumb.
We
He's consistently dumb.
He is consistently dumb in all
Is
the
pretty
three
competent.
films.
The issues were 6 minutes late, and
Let me
being
just
late
check
is not a
something.
You're
ecom
very
staple, and that never
inconsistently
happens before.
consistent.
I mean, sure.
There's a chance there is no audio from you guys, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. Though I think it should be fine. Hello, chat. Chat, could you hear when Stryke was talking? Because if you couldn't, that is not ideal. But I think you can, so that should be fine. Yeah, I think we should be good. Hello, Bootneck
Episode 10
TC.
is good.
Yeah. Where is Editron? I know Editron. Where the fuck are you?
Where's Editron? Is he safe?
Is he alright? He's hiding in the icebox.
Where's Editron in the icebox?
I would hide in the icebox.
I would honestly,
I mean,
personally,
if
just
if I
myself.
was a Manchester United fan, I would also be hiding.
Yeah. Don't even get me started on football today. The way Liverpool was robbed was, yeah, not fun.
Robbed. More like your shit.
Oh, yes.
Like you
Clearly shit.
fuck.
To be fair, we didn't play that well, but goddamn. Hello, Dominic. Hello, Ethan. Replace Strike with Editron, please. No, Strike is the
No.
only based one. He's the only one who doesn't like the film like me. So,
L.
This movie does not deserve to exist.
Yep.
I think you're too harsh on the film.
Oh,
EFAP
yeah.
are right.
Oh,
I
100%.
agree with
Yeah.
EFAP. I agree with EFAP.
Yeah, no, it's a 5 out of 10
Oh.
easily. It's definitely not, a
It is
cheat.
a 7.
It's a 7.
It's
Okay.
a 7.6.
It's a
So,
7.
chat.
Uh,
Fucking, that's not what I wanted
Dominic
to do.
Gaming.
What? Hold on. I want to share fucking Thought Theater's, his Indiegogo campaign
thanks.
again. There we are. Okay. It's in chat.
What is
If
it,
you guys would like to help
24/7?
out him so he can make his short film called Trespassers. The link is in the in the chat and the description. And yeah, I talked about it the last stream and here right now. Just go help him out so his short film can be made. It is a really great short film that I have read the script for, and it's honestly fantastic. So I would personally recommend it a lot.
Oh my god, SK
Peters.
Comics is in chat.
No,
Oh yeah, by the way,
IP
SK,
address.
if you want to join the call, you can. You said you might be busy, and I didn't remember to ask you again if you were. So yeah. Peter's
Don't
one of the
come.
best MCU characters. Oh, I would definitely agree. He's better than Peter Quill, like easily. Like, bruh. No, not even in competition.
Is better than
Ego.
I would say the best character in the MCU as of right now is Doctor Strange.
Oh yes, 100%.
the most competent one.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So here's
I
the
think
thing.
they incredibly improved upon his character in this film.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I am not sure what order we're gonna be talking about this film, and I wanted to ask you guys if you had anything you wanted to talk about first, if you should go chronologically or with the bigger issues, because there's a lot to talk about. And there is one issue that I've been building up to Jab that I really want him to hear. So yeah, let's just what do you guys prefer to start with?
Talk about what we liked.
If I had to...
Sure.
I mean, we can talk about what we like.
Yeah,
first.
talk about what we like, and then we break down the issues chronologically.
Sure.
Makes it easier.
Probably.
Then I liked Andrew. Like 95% of everything Andrew did in the film was good. Though his dialogue in that scene where Tom and Toby and Andrew were talking just before the fight begins is stupid.
Amazing.
But yeah, I liked Andrew. I liked the 1 second moment where they played the Electro theme when he attacks Peter.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yes.
I liked Willem Dafoe because he's just a good actor.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe was great. Goblin as a whole, I think he works. So
yeah,
like not fantastically because I think he's a bit incompetent, but he isn't like assassinated or anything. So yes, I liked that.
I like MJ's Peter's relationship. I like MJ in this film as a whole.
Yeah, MJ is at her best in all three films here easily.
I like like anything else.
Um,
I like the score. I don't like how it's utilized.
I would 100% agree with that. I think the score itself is really great. The way it's used in the film is
I
really
would say the score is good. The soundtrack not so much.
Yeah, pretty much.
I-
The way they edited the soundtrack in the film is really weird.
although
I
the
like
circumstance of Aunt May's death is awful, I do like the actual scene and how well played out it is.
I
but-
agree, except
Yeah.
for the responsibility line, which I thought was really
Yes.
forced. Yeah. But the scene
Yeah,
itself, I think, is fine. I think the
agree.
acting from Marisa Tomei is actually pretty great. So,
and Tom Holland, he is very good in the film.
oh yeah, Tom
Acting-wise.
Holland was fantastic in the film.
Oh, and I like Max.
Ridiculous.
Although he's not.
I
like he
like-
usually is.
I liked Electro. I do think Jamie Foxx was better in TASM 2.
I
Yes.
did not love Electro because I think because his personality is completely out of character from TASM 2.
Yeah, I mentioned.
That's true,
that
yeah.
to my sister.
Yeah,
And
which-
it detracts from his
Watch it.
motivation.
Yeah,
I
his
think
motivation
he's, like-
becomes way more of him just wanting energy and wanting to feel more powerful rather than to be seen, which which works in tandem those two at TASM 2, which was way more interesting. But yeah,
I will say I think Jamie Foxx was good and I enjoyed his presence, but as like from Electro standpoint, I do think his character is not as good.
yep. Just real quick, because Etanos sent a super chat saying, "Marcus, you are an evil man. You spelled all of No Way Home for me, and now I want to die. Please go jump into traffic. Also, CV, do you want to murder SK with me? Marcus, you still suck."
Yes, I do want to murder SK with you.
Or a
I
sociopath.
agree. I would support
It's
that.
called No Way Home.
I was about to make that joke, yeah, that I'm a sociopath for spoiling No Way Home. I like the ending. I like the ending from a
In
character
concept?
standpoint,
Yeah,
but
I
it
like
makes
the one
absolutely
in
no
concept.
sense.
Like when it was done better.
I do enjoy the ending. I thought the ending was nice. I like that it's very simple now.
I mean, I liked it, but I don't like the characters.
I like the suit.
like-
I don't think
yeah.
the CGI was great, but I like
Yeah, I
don't
thought the
think
CGI
that
for the suit
number
was
was
shit,
worth
but
it.
from what I've seen, photos of the suit, it looks pretty alright. So yeah,
It looks pretty good. It looks like it took a bit of inspiration from the other Spider-Man.
yeah,
I like that he
I like
everybody
the
forgot
very
him.
bright blue. Yeah.
I like that everybody forgot him. That was neat.
yeah.
I
You got
do-
consequences for saving the world, and it's kind of like the core of the character as we've seen from his other films, which I think is pretty neat. As a concept, the way it's executed is not, but we'll get into how none of that makes any fucking sense soon enough.
I do like the fact that Daredevil appears in it. I don't
Yeah.
think it was used as good as it could have been.
I agree. I thought he felt like we need to include him because yes, and it's just see, it's a
Glorified
cameo. Yeah.
What I'm hearing is
It's a
that
glorified
they like
cameo.
reshot the film to include him. That's
It
what
sounds like it.
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it
Because,
like,
definitely
he
seems
was-
like it because that scene felt super out of place.
He was supposed to be in a San Antonio fan event and he canceled like 2 weeks before it was supposed to happen, and that's when they were doing reshoots for No Way Home. So
Yes, I definitely think it would be. It felt
but I like
like
Charlie
that.
Cox. It was nice to see him back.
Yeah, and he was good. And him saying
a
"I'm a
very
very
good
good lawyer" was really fucking good. Like that line itself is just like, yes, that works.
Very nice. Do you guys think it's the same version, or are they?
I
doing, like,
know.
a
I'm pretty
proper
sure it's gonna be a soft reboot. Honestly.
I think it's a
Yeah.
soft
We'll
reboot.
find out Wednesday anyway.
Yeah, with Kingpin.
Yeah. Marcus.
Ridiculous.
But Marcus, they actually gave Electro a motivation in this movie. I know EFAP has the best stakes. Don't worry. They actually gave
Yes,
him a
he had no
motivation, which
motivation
is
at
the
all.
exact same motivation as in TASM 2, but worse. That is definitely
They-
giving a
even-
motivation.
No,
yeah,
Marcus, he
even
had no
making
motivation in
people
TASM 2.
sad.
Oh,
The
fuck's
motivation from EFAP's point of view. Making people sad is already a motivation. So.
He just wants to make people sad.
Yeah.
But just real quick, because Dominic just sent a super chat saying, "Hope you're doing good, Brit, CV, not Editron, Stryke, Marcus, and Jeb." Hey Marcus, what'd you think of Pimp Daddy Defoe? I honestly thought he was the most entertaining part of the film. He was really great. And the moment where Tom is beating him up and he's just laughing is just gold.
I was about to say that.
Like
that's like my
that
favorite
fight
moment.
scene is not good, but that one moment is like, yes, this is amazing. So yeah,
The ending fight too, when Tom is like really going in. I really like that part.
that probably was the best fight in the entire film. So yeah.
I also like that Toby stops him. I like that.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Andrew just watches.
Oh, Andrew was going to grab the antidote, and then he threw it to Tom, so he was busy.
Yeah.
At least that's the implication.
I also like that Andrew saves MJ.
Yeah, that was easily the best moment in the film. Andrew saving MJ and then just breaking down. That was
I like
really
how
good.
he's like pretty much as good as he has always been in Spider-Man films. Andrew
But they
Garfield.
mocked
Andrew
Tazza
is-
in films.
Andrew is the best actor to have played Spider-Man, and this film just cements it. Especially when you can compare all three of them.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Jeb?
That this film mocks anything Tazza.
Ridiculous.
Oh yeah, the EFAP said that this film mocks TASM,
Oh yeah.
which I
They
think
say,
is
like-
stupid because the film literally mocks people who mocks TASM. When Electro was like, he turned this whole city into lizard. She was weird as shit.
Yeah.
And then a lizard is like, no, it's the next step in human evolution. It's like he's correcting him and showing what his actual motivation is. But you know, people continue to misconstrue that as him. Oh, I just want to turn everyone into lizards because, yeah, that is indeed what his plan was from the beginning of the film. Fuck's sake. Oh yeah, it says you had a tooth gap and a comb over, which kind of implies that that Electro is the TASM to Electro, but we'll get to that as well. There's a lot to talk about in terms of continuity.
Yeah, I'm really
Airbrake kills.
confused about that.
Just real quick, because Bootneck sent a super chat saying, imagine thinking Terriers and Midnight Mass finale is
Imagine.
bad, but that No Way Home is a 5 out of 10. I know, right? That's an interesting take that some people around somewhere have said.
I don't know
Sadly.
anybody who has that take.
Me neither.
That would be very weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, okay. So, are we ready to start going by this film chronologically? I guess. Is it?
Yes, but disclaimer. I think we should set out which one of us are going by that this is canonical to the films,
Right,
and which ones
so-
aren't.
So here's the thing. I think we're all going to analyze the inconsistencies with the Amazing Spider-Man films and the Raimi films. However,
I would.
there is definitely a case to be made that the characters that show up from those films aren't actually from those films because the inconsistencies with those continuities are so fucking constant. I think that makes these characters being in the film like extremely cheap as just a fan service, but it makes the film more consistent with itself. So you can choose whichever way you want. I think both ways we're looking at it are valid, though one obviously is more charitable towards the film. So yeah, you do whatever you want.
Still confused about like what happens when these guys go back to their universe. Like, are they
The
going
idea
back
would be
to
that it's kind of like
Yeah,
Endgame, where they
yeah.
return and it creates a new diverging
Okay.
timeline. So the original
Yeah, that's what I
versions of
was
the
thinking.
timeline already die anyway, but these versions get a second chance, the versions that we see in the film. So it's not like completely meaningless as a choice, but also like the continuities aren't like completely ruined. Like they don't destroy time itself. They just create divergent
Yeah.
timelines.
That's why I was worried about. Like, you just took out Dr. Octopus. Like, what happens to the fusion reactor now and everything? So yeah. that
Well,
makes
he
sense.
would still
I was-
die, destroying the
I
fusion
was so- I
reactor.
was
So
just really confused.
Spider-Man 2 is the one that would change the least. But yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, EFAP, the same people that give Eternals a 1 out of 10. I think No Way Home is a 5. That's
well,
funny.
Some people give No Way Home a 1. Give Eternals a 1.
I mean, giving No Way Home a 1 is way more reasonable than giving Eternals a 1. So,
Oh, Shandy saying Andrew said he would be interested in doing TASM 3, and it seems like it's becoming more and more popular with the internet. So fingers crossed. I agree.
yeah, as
really,
long as they
really
bring
agree.
Webb back, I'm 100% on board. As long as
I'm just curious where
bring,
all the support
Venom.
was 7 years ago.
I know, right? Everyone hated it. It's like they watched No Way Home and they're like, wait, can't this be the best Spider-Man?
Always has been.
All right. So, starting the film, we have the identity review by good old Mysterio. And
Love it.
yeah, it's great. There's a lot to talk about. We'll talk about it after after the interrogation starts and everything. So then Peter, he goes to jump to get MJ out of this crowd, and everyone's asking, "Are you Spider-Man's girlfriend?" and whatnot. They drop on a beam, and then Peter's like freaking out. He calls Ned, and then MJ's like, "Yo, what the fuck? It's like, where did you drop me?" And it's like, I think that's fine in character for Peter to drop her somewhere dangerous, not thinking about it, because it's like he's overwhelmed with emotion and he's just doing it like on a whim. I think that's fine, because I remember a lot of people criticizing that when that clip was released. And then Peter has the interesting decision of swinging back to his apartment with MJ while still in the suit, which means he can no longer ever try to disprove the fact that he is Spider-Man. So that is a very dumb move of his part. I don't understand why he does that. Yeah, I don't understand why he does that. Like, he could have changed out of the outfit, just left MJ like in the street and going somewhere else, and then went to his apartment to talk to his aunt and Happy and be like, well, I wasn't wearing the Spider-Man uniform when I came here, so at least I'm not that dumb. Or maybe just go to an attorney, go talk to Fury. I guess Fury would be the first person he would talk to. Well, Talos, yes, Fury, but or talk to Doctor
remember,
Strange.
Marcus, Fury has been off Earth for 1 year.
Yeah, that does not make any sense either.
Oh man.
Yeah, so then he goes, and then we get the first scene with Happy and Aunt May, and I hate it because Aunt May's breaking up with Happy, and she just does not take Happy seriously, and it seems like she's just she doesn't care about Happy's feelings. She's just like, oh yeah, we're hanging out. It's just, it's a fling, and Happy's clearly heartbroken about this. And instead of having a mature conversation, she just wants to hand wave it away, which I think is really bad for her as a character, especially due to her death later in the film being affected by this moment, because it seems like she didn't care about Happy, but Happy cared way too much about her, and it feels very cheap to have that moment where Happy's like breaking down when she dies, and it's like, well, she didn't like you, like she doesn't deserve all this. I don't know. It'll get worse anyway.
It's also like her whole morals after this moment completely switch on a dime. It's always about caring for others and being mindful of them, and then with Happy, she just tosses him aside.
Indeed, she's the one who gives Peter the idea of saving the villains, and yet the villains are not. And yet she does not want to even care about Happy, who definitely is someone that she cared about if she was with him. For however long amount of time it is. So yeah.
Remember, Happy dropped everything to go save Peter.
Yeah, No Way Home, he did. No Way Home, Far From Home, same thing. Home. This isn't the name of all these films. Fuck off. So then Peter gets into his apartment through the window with MJ, and then he's trying to hide the fact that his identity was revealed with Aunt May and Happy, which I think is weird. But then we see through the news report that there are helicopters around his apartment, which is like, well done, Peter. You went to your apartment to get these people to film you through it. That is very smart of you.
Yes.
And then we have a few like news reports making fun of him, which you also have the Iron Man Jr. Moment, which I thought was funny, which is like the cover of a magazine shows Iron Man Jr. Let me show this in, for stream because I think it's funny. Iron Man Jr. But yeah, and then we have damage control showing up to Peter's house to seize his suits and Edith and shit like that, and to be able to interrogate Aunt May and Peter as they also grab MJ and Ned. Now, does anyone... So this is a first plot breaking issue. Does anyone have does anyone understand who damage control are? Like, who do they work for?
They work for the US
Stark, right?
government as a contractor.
Right.
Oh.
And they are partly owned and paid for by Tony Stark, which means Stark
Tony
Industries,
Stark.
right?
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
means that there's a conflict of interest, which means they cannot conduct the investigation themselves.
Yes.
Yes. So it's genuinely impossible for them to be here doing this thing. Like, the government would not allow it. So that's already a huge issue. Which is just like, these are the characters who are doing the investigation, which I guess that's how fucking Matt got them out of the got Peter out of all the charges so fast, because it's like, yeah, there's definitely conflict of interest here. But in this moment where they get into Peter's apartment, there's a moment where they show the here they show the Edith glasses, which implies that the Edith glasses are being taken for as evidence. However, we also know that that Edith can be accessed through Peter's suit, as seen in the Iron Spider suit. There's a POV shot that shows, I'm not sure if it's in Far From Home or if it's here, but it shows like Edith offline on his HUD. So that means that Peter still had Edith all throughout the film. So that's fun. But not only that, it means that Peter could have used Edith in Far From Home because he didn't need to authenticate the he didn't need to authenticate the transfer with Mysterio at the end of the film, which was a plot hole within itself, but you know, that just kind of makes it worse now. And yeah, so Edith just never comes up again, and I guess they just want us to think that the glasses are the only thing that control Edith, which is stupid, but whatever.
Also, they go on this thing on how everything Peter does is vigilantism and breaking the law, but in Far From Home, he's literally celebrated for everything he does up until the drones.
Yeah, I mean, he was working with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the government. And not to mention, he has signed the Accords. He would have to sign the Accords. In Civil War, just to take part in that fight, he needs to have signed the Accords. And then in Homecoming, to continue to fight, he has to have signed the Accords. So he is doing everything correctly within the terms of the Accords. If he weren't, then he would have been. They would have been hunting him ever since Homecoming. So this just does not make sense anyway. So yeah, we have the interrogation scene where here they say that, oh yeah, so Peter says, you know, Mysterio is using the drones, and this interrogator is like, yeah, your drones, and Peter's like, no, wait, just call Nick Fury. He was there the whole time. He's gonna tell you everything. And then this random damage control guy just says, fucking Nick Fury hasn't been on Earth for 1 year. So that makes absolutely no sense, because Talos was on Earth for this past year, as we know, disguised as Nick Fury and playing the part of Nick Fury and going to fucking assemblies as Nick Fury and driving around with the windows down as Nick Fury. So what? And also, how would this random damage control dude just know that Nick Fury hasn't been on Earth?
Because
Actually, he's on space.
I don't understand. But yeah, so this is how they get out of not using Talos in the film. They just pretend like he doesn't exist. So that's fun.
Yeah, it's a really odd choice, because as you said, if he knows he's off world, then he knows Talos or someone's being Nick Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Which means if he believes, let's say, there was infiltration with a shield, Peter still did break the law.
Indeed. So I do not understand, really. But yeah. And then they interrogate MJ, who is smart. She's like, I want my lawyer. And, you know, that's smart. And then they interrogate Aunt May. Oh yeah, they do Ned first. So they interrogate Ned, and Ned confesses to everything because he's a fucking moron. A genuine bumbling buffoon. He genuinely says everything. He's like, no, you know, I was Spider-Man's computer guy. You know, I did everything with it. I helped him take down Mysterio. I helped him take down Vulture. Isn't that fucking cool? It's like, oh, okay, thanks. You just admitted to being an accomplice, you moron. But it is consistent in this film for Ned to be a complete fucking retard. So yeah.
I can't believe he's going to MIT and he falls for such obvious things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the thing was, I'm gonna say that the movies, they want to tell us Ned and MJ, especially Ned, are like some very smart geniuses, but nothing from the movies transmits that.
Yep.
I mean,
MJ I kind of get, but Ned,
maybe
no,
MJ, but Ned sounds like he literally said, "Oh, I'm watching porn."
Mm-hmm.
The first Homecoming.
Which even shows the thing is, at that moment it shows, okay, he's not great at lying on the spot, but it means he knows when he has to. Also, he's been working with Peter as his guy in the chair for years now. So you'd think he'd come up with an excuse at all if he were ever questioned about all this. Like, it just stands to reason.
You'd think it's something they had already planned in case something like this happened.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't like in Agents of Shield they do that with Hunter and Bobby. There's an episode of season 3 where they are separated and interrogated in different rooms, but they know each other's stories because they just know if they ever get captured, that's the story they're going with. Obviously, they're like married as well in Agents of Shield, so it's not exactly the same idea because they'd be together way more. Whereas Ned is the guy in the chair, but still the principle is the same. You'd keep these cover stories so you know what you'd say if any mission went wrong, which it obviously could because he's Spider-Man and Ned is just Ned. And yeah, Ned should be in prison. I don't understand how Matt gets him off, but he does. I don't know. But then they talk to May and they're like, yo, child endangerment. You're not only allowed Peter to be Spider-Man, but you encouraged it. And she also just gets let off all those charges because Matt is just a good lawyer. I don't know.
Just a good lawyer.
Yeah, I don't know how she gets let off of those charges because obviously they still agree publicly he's Spider-Man and Peter was being Spider-Man before he was of age, unless Matt did the loophole of he was within a consented point as an adult. But I don't know how that works in US law. In UK law, it might be valid.
She's known since she was 15, right? In the end of Homecoming, so I don't understand really. But yeah, then we have the scene with Matt where he says they're all off their charges except for Happy somehow. But that never comes up again anyway, so I don't understand what the point of that was. I don't understand why Happy is the only one who's still in legal trouble, but he is, and he's just never brought up again. At the end of the film, after all it's been said and done, nothing happens, or even in the middle of the film, there's just nothing. So I don't know.
Also to present a missed opportunity with Matt, if you're going to use Matt Murdock and show his capabilities, you'd put him in a court scene.
Yeah, and he's at his best in court scenes in Daredevil when he's being a lawyer. Just you don't even have to show his power. Just have from Peter's POV, just seeing him stand in front of the jury and not saying anything. And as we know, because we've seen the show, it's him listening to their heartbeats. And then he starts doing his monologue, and it's this is how you do Matt Murdock. Not just have him in a random scene and be like, I am a good lawyer. I got you off every charge. Which, EFAP takes issue with Interior's Hank and Brit getting off everything because they have Mark as a friend in the police force. But, Matt just letting off Peter of all his charges is fine off screen. But, whatever. Consistency be damned.
That's what this scene comes very as the reshoots. If they wanted to put Matt on the film, they would do a court scene.
Yep.
You just some scene they filmed over.
Yeah, it was we have all the actors here, so let's just film the scene and get it over with. But yeah, I really don't.
Hard cameo.
Yeah, as someone who's a huge fan of Daredevil, I do not like the scene. I think it's very forced, but I can understand people being happy that Matt Murdock being played by Charlie Cox is in the MCU.
I know that guy. I clapped.
I recognize that character. Whoa!
I was the only person on my theater who recognized him. So.
Well, everyone in my theater was like, "Oh my god, it's Matt!" when they saw the cane. I was like, "Oh, great."
I was actually really surprised how many people knew Matt Murdock. I was expecting not that many people to clap.
Yeah, for mine, everyone clapped. Yeah, even my friend who I know for a fact hates the Netflix shows and didn't finish Daredevil. I don't think he even finished season 1, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, only me and Cara knew enough it, and no one reacted, and I was like, oh, wow.
My theater was reacting to everything, every little thing.
My theater clapped for Wanda.
Oh, mine too. Mine lost their minds when they saw Wanda. I hated her so much. I'm like, she enslaved. I genuinely said out loud, she enslaved an entire town when everyone started clapping. That made me so fucking upset.
I was part of the clapping. I applauded Wanda.
Oh, fuck you. Simp.
That's because
Simp. Simp vids. Simp vids. Fuck. By the
I
way, that
feel
trailer
no
was
shame.
so shit, especially Doctor Strange being like, "Oh, I'm not here about Westview." It's, oh, okay, let's just forget everything
Yeah.
did in WandaVision.
That was Strange Supreme at the end, right?
Yes, it's
Okay.
implied to
It
be.
was, and I was
It's
like,
implied.
"Oh, they're gonna
It's
ruin
either
him."
Strange Supreme or it's just an evil Strange. I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure it's Strange
I,
Supreme.
yeah, but I
Because
really
there's this
don't
shot in
want
the
them
trailer
to
where you
make
see
the
like the
character.
tentacle thing that he absorbed. So
Yeah,
Yeah, probably because of
I'm
the
like
monsters.
99% sure it's Strange Supreme. And they
I saw
also
the Strange.
they said that Peggy from episode 1 is probably gonna be in Multiverse of Madness
They
anyway, which I'm curious
yeah,
to see.
I think I sent it to the group that they filmed a bunch of reshoots for cameos.
Yeah.
oh
Which
yeah.
is- Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're saying I'm hearing Matt Murdock might be in that too. I'm not too sure about that.
Loki and
please.
Sylvie and whatever.
Oh my god,
and,
Sylvie, I forgot she was a
Spider-Man.
character. No. Ugh.
Oh no,
It's
please
barely
no.
a character, so
Dominic sent
No.
a super chat saying, so just so I'm clear, since I haven't watched the film, damage control can't track packages. Yeah, that's homecoming issue, yeah. But they know Nick Fury isn't on Earth. Yes, they have, for some reason, they know that Nick Fury isn't on Earth, which implies that Nick Fury told them, which is stupid because he's trying to keep it secret. That's the reason why Talos is on Earth. Also, why the hell would Fury let anyone know he was off-world? That hurts Fury's character even more after Far From Home. I agree. It makes absolutely no
some
sense.
damage control guy.
Yeah, this random damage control guy knows. It's not like it's like the
No.
leader. Or
It's
anything.
actually Nick Fury's best childhood friend. That's why he
Of
knows.
course,
They're like
yes.
very confident relationship.
And obviously, another issue with the No Way Home court stuff and everything, Shield make zero attempt to get him out, despite knowing that he knows very sensitive information pertaining to Nick
Wait,
Fury.
but as we know, Jab, Shield doesn't care to keep Peter's identity a secret. So, you know,
Ah, yes, Fringy, yes.
Fringy is a strategic genius.
And there's the fact that in this film, no Avenger helps him bar Peter go to Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that issue will get worse as the film goes
Who
on,
needs
but
the
yes.
Avengers? You got
Ridiculous.
Ned and MJ.
Yeah. Just Bootneck just super chatted saying, announce Simpvids as ECUM host. I will never. He's always gonna be in the limbo between ECUM host and not ECUM host. Also Legion
I'm not
Season
a
1.
guest, but not a host.
Yes. Also,
Also,
Legion
like-
Season 1 is very poggers. Only 2 more episodes left until I get to Season 2. Watch Legion. Very based. Next episode is the best episode of the show, so
you
have
are
fun.
going to surpass me soon.
I mean, yeah, but, you know, your rate of watching this show is pretty interesting.
Also,
Legion's good.
my biggest question would be generally, where's War Machine and all this? Because he would be complicit in some form with Stark Industries.
Well, yeah, not only that, but we know that Pepper has the rescue suit, right? And we also know
Yes.
that, and she, she's the head of Stark Industries. But also, Falcon and Winter Soldier, where are they? Or and even what I what I find even Stryke, your profile picture is amazing. But what I find even funnier is because you know the post-credit scene of Shang-Chi, Jeb, where Wong talks to Hulk and Captain Marvel. That means that Wong
Yes.
can contact Captain Marvel and Hulk, which means just call them when the multiverse is at stake. Like, it's not hard. But I guess
Even
he just doesn't.
contact. It's Shang-Chi's before No Way Home, isn't it?
I'm not
I believe
certain.
so.
I assume so, though. Because if
It's
it
so
was
just-
after, it would be really strange.
Use Shang-fucking-Chi.
That's true. Just use Shang-Chi. He has the 10 rings. And he also use Katie. She's the most accurate archer I've ever seen in anything ever. So, you know. she has better aim than Bullseye, honestly. So, yeah. Marcus, watch
just-
Arcane and I will watch Legion. I actually do need to watch Arcane. I'm probably going to watch it with Southpaw this week. So,
Try to think what else is an issue. Obviously, this film really damages Stark's legacy now.
in what sense now? Because there's a few ways. I want to know exactly what you mean.
Well, the biggest way is obviously his like creations are now under a huge public spotlight, a controversy, and he's linked to an apparent murder that
Mhm.
people are divisive on.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, so much for him being a hero.
Yeah, which is why I think it's weird that the court of public opinion just turns on Peter so easily when, like, he's Tony's protege, and he was hailed as being the next Tony Stark in Far From Home. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Also, like, I don't buy that so many people would based on what they know in the MCU. Because obviously you got Homecoming, where uh, it probably got public news. Vulture got stopped. Infinity War and Endgame, he was present and lost his life during it.
Yeah, he gave his life in
Um,
Infinity War.
So the only people who I could believe would turn are the people that are already skeptical of Spider-Man, not those that are hardcore fans or fans
Yeah,
of
which
him.
is why I find weird that the Daily Bugle becomes this huge publication. Like, I get what they're trying to do is like, oh, it became so huge the controversy that Daily Bugle went from just JJJ in his basement to JJJ actually having a studio to film on. But it's like that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't have that much support. Also, just real quick, because I
No,
just
it
read something in
does.
chat which I think is baffling. All the characters you just listed, EFAP excused all of them for not appearing in the movie. So I need to ask, do you know what they used to excuse that? Because that's actually insane. And
Please
it'll get
keep
more
going.
insane because of Ned opening the portal to the two Peters. That kind of breaks everything even more. So yeah.
Please
Hell,
tell me what they used.
I'm being potentially preemptive here, but I'd think Wanda might arrive because in the Multiverse of Madness trailer, she seems to understand she needs to repent for the Westview incident.
Yeah, I
She
think
might,
Wanda would have tried to help, yeah.
yeah, I don't, like, there's something in her character to suggest that she would let the multiverse fucking die.
Yep. And I think she would notice it. So you know, I don't know. Who knows?
Who else is there that would help? Obviously, Shield.
Yeah. I mean, if they are to bring the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. into this universe, it's gonna damage a lot of that. And from the rumors I've heard, they really want Quake in the MCU. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
I don't want that
Me
because
neither.
they literally season 5 was fucking saving the world. They would be here for this.
Mm-hmm. Not only
They're gonna
season
bring
5,
the
but
Legion.
6 and 7 even.
Yeah.
If we want to go back chronologically, we have a scene where, after they have the scene with Matt in Peter's apartment, they get thrown a brick at. They throw a brick through the window, trying to hit Peter. Matt catches it and says, "I'm a very
Stevie
good
was
liar,"
right.
and that was a good moment. I enjoyed that. That was not terrible. But then Aunt May says, "We gotta move somewhere safer." And then they move into Happy's apartment, which is like supposed to be really safe, and we see like there's like 5 locks in the door and the fucking door camera to, you know, check anyone who gets in and shit like that. You know, it's very safe. And Happy just allows him to live there, even after Aunt May has broken up with him, because he's just that good of a guy. And also, then we have a scene where Peter and MJ are talking like FaceTime, which I thought was a fairly nice scene. It's not. It's giving a bit of character to MJ and just trying to have Peter deal with his identity being revealed and him being super famous, but also still being poor. I think that's fine. But then they have show that Happy, he's sleeping in the living room, and he gave his room to Aunt May. So that's nice of him. That's very nice of him.
Simp.
Very nice.
Yeah, to a point where, Aunt May, maybe you could be less of a cunt to him. But we'll get to the biggest cunt move later on in the film, so don't worry. I don't remember what said, but they don't seem to care. I think only one of them decided to bring it up. I don't know. But how can you not bring it up? This is the worst case of the Avengers not showing up. And, like, don't they have issue with that in Eternals? A film that actually has excuses for why the Avengers don't show up?
Yes, they do have that issue.
Bruh, fuck off. Well, where I stand, is she alright? She safe. She has watched the film, but she didn't want to talk about it because she really enjoys it and it's just doesn't want to ruin her enjoyment of the film. And I think that's fair. If it was like when I think the same principle was when the Suicide Squad came out, I probably wouldn't want to have done a stream if it was suggested to break that film down because I quite enjoyed that film and I don't want like to damage my enjoyment of
I
it,
think
even
the
though I
Suicide
definitely
Squad is
recognize
good.
the plot being bad. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, Happy just gives his room to Aunt May. And then the next scene we see is Peter going to school with MJ, which is an interesting scene. I've heard an argument that I'm not sure you guys will agree. I don't think I do about whether he'd even be allowed to go to school after this controversy. But considering he's been left off all his charges, I think the school would be pretty safe in just being like, yeah, no, you can come, it's fine. The issue
If
more
it's
would be
legally
if like it was still being battled in court, but considering he already has been proven to be innocent in court, then I don't think the school would care all that much, especially when Peter has studied there all this time already. I think that's fair, and I also think it's fair for MIT not to want to admit them later on in the film, because it's not like he has been studying there for years and the controversy still exists. So I think it's a kind of balance where the school would rather have Peter there than not, whereas MIT would rather not get involved in the controversy, which I think is fair.
No, I can't change my avatar anymore.
Hey, you're left with the best
avatar.
avatar you could. Strike, don't worry.
Also, they back Peter. Well, to the main teachers back Peter, one of them doesn't.
Yeah.
Which would, if you wanna do an implication, would imply that the main people at the school do believe in Peter.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
Yeah,
Like
they
the heads,
have like the
heads of the
mural
school,
for
the
him.
directors and shit like
They
that.
have
They
like
would
a
be okay with
trophy
Peter.
case of Spider-Man Simpery.
Yeah, that was funny. But then this scene is really weird. So they're walking in, and then there's this one dude who has an MJ shirt, which they make a
I want your spider babies.
yeah, it was
My
they make kind of
I
a
still died
transphobic
during
joke
that
about
joke.
that, but I'm not going to talk about it yet because yeah, it's weird. Because the joke is that, oh, this guy is yelling with a woman's voice, and everyone was making fun of that. Like, everyone laughed in the theater. I'm like, wait, what's the funny?
Oh no.
Yeah, that was weird, but whatever. And then Peter's walking in, and everyone's like recognizing MJ, and then people are like, wait, who are you? To Ned. And I'm like, I'm Peter's best friend. But as he's saying that, he's interrupted by Flash. And so, Flash has written a book about how he is Peter's best friend. Somehow he got that published. I don't know how.
Somehow he wrote it that fast.
I mean, it was a few months. I think you can definitely crap out a
Oh,
book
yeah,
like
few
that in a few months. It's fine. I think it's 4 months. But yeah, it's fine.
Flash.
My issue would be, how did he first get the book published? Secondly, why would he... Well, we're going to get to that when he's
unless he
admitted
did, like, a
into
bunch
to
of
MIT. But yeah, that causes a big issue later on in the film in like 10 minutes. So yeah.
I also think it was a big missed opportunity for them to not do anything with Flash learning.
Well, I think
He's
what
a
Flash should have done
Spider-Man.
is actually have a scene where he talks to Peter and he apologizes, and he's like, and he realizes that the person he's been looking up to for such a long time is the same person he's been making fun of for years now.
We cannot have that
Yeah.
in these movies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
then, like,
would've been
I'm
cool.
sorry, have you seen TASM 1? That film has the best
Yeah.
Flash in any of the Spider-Man films. Like, he actually goes to Peter when his uncle dies, and like, he's always been picking on Peter, making fun of Peter, but when his uncle dies, he actually is like, I know what that feels like. I'm sorry, okay? And it's like, wow, Flash actually has character, he has depth. It's not much. All you needed is the two scenes, and it's fine. And later on in the film, after the film is over, they're like on better terms, which I think, hey, that's neat.
Good
You know,
terms,
Flash
yeah.
recognized that
Yeah.
bullying Peter is not like the good way to go about it. And he's
He
even
has, like, a
using
total of
Aspire.
4 scenes in that film. He has
Yeah.
a total like 4 scenes in that film, and he has so much character.
Yeah, it was Flash in that film is really good. But you know, in this film, he just is like, see, I'm gonna take advantage of this to become famous. And I'm gonna write a book about being
Your
Peter's best
best
friend,
friend.
which can disproven by literally Peter saying, I am not your friend, you faggot. But you know,
And
whatever.
despite this, I'm also going to get admitted to MIT.
Yeah, which we'll get
It's
into
also-
how that makes no sense.
It's also literally disproven by the fucking court case where Peter's best friend is in court.
Yep. I
Man is here.
Special Pierce, my friend. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, Ned and MJ were had to go to the fucking they were interrogated and shit like that. They didn't even know who Flash was. But whatever. So yeah, Flash makes that joke, and then Peter walks inside. They talk about how he has a shrine, and two out of the 3 teachers are like, yo, you know, the school that shapes heroes and shit like that, whereas the other one is like, yo, he's a murderer.
Loot.
Yeah, which was
The
not tonally, that
conspiracy
scene is
theory.
really shit, but it does help with, I guess, world building in regards to showing how the world perceives Spider-Man. Then we have
And it went on.
Sorry, go on.
It went on for way too long as well.
Yep. What I think would have been
Yeah, I
neat
agree.
is if after that scene happens and we see Peter walking through the hallway and everyone pointing their cameras at him, we have Brad from Far From Home talk to Peter and be like he stops Peter as he's walking through the hallway, and he acknowledges the shit that happened in Far From Home. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to out you to everyone, but like, you're trying to help us, so I'm sorry about that, or something like that. Actually have some character and actually have a point to having Brett exist in Far From Home, other than his shit jokes and the fact that he wanted to be with MJ. So that would have been neat.
Also, I think you could have had the shrine graffitied as Peter was in the school, and next time he sees it.
Yep, that would have been cool as well. But we can't have that. Only the least amount of substance. And then we have a scene where Peter and MJ are talking on the roof of the school, which I think is a fine scene. There's not much wrong with it. They're like, yeah, we want to get into MIT, and then MJ shows how she's she's not a very hopeful person, which is in character for what we've seen, and was even shown in the last scene where they talked about in FaceTime. So I think that was a fine scene overall. I think MJ is like one of the strongest characters in this film. So yeah. And then we have a montage of Aunt May arriving home with letters from colleges to Peter, and it's all from his backup colleges, and he was not accepted to any of them. But then, lastly, he gets the letter from MIT, to which he goes to the place where MJ works, and Ned is also there. They both were waiting for Peter to arrive with his letter so they could open it at the same time. And they do, and they find out they were not accepted into MIT because of the recent controversies regarding Spider-Man and how they're associated with Spider-Man. Which, fair enough. I don't think MIT would accept them. Maybe, if Peter appeared or something like that, maybe they could. But as we'll see, as the film goes on,
he do that?
Oh, of course he can. He's definitely going to do
Oh
that
my
first thing.
God,
Yeah,
I
don't worry.
didn't know that.
Yeah. So, Zendaya makes everything better. That is very base of you to say, Nair.
Zendaya is a good actress, by the way.
Yeah, if you haven't watched Euphoria...
That shouldn't
do.
even be a hot take, but...
Yeah, if you haven't watched Euphoria, just do. She's insane. But the issue in this scene comes from the fact that Brad comes in with an MIT jacket, and he's like, yo, I got accepted, bitches. And they're like, wait. And he's like, wait, you guys weren't accepted? And they're like, yeah, we weren't, because we're actually Peter's friends. Which makes absolutely no sense, because Flash has been publicly stating that he is Peter's best friend through his fucking book. So how was he accepted, but Ned, who nobody knows exists, was?
Yes.
Logic, yes, indeed.
5 out of 10. 6.5 out of 10.
Hey, I'm pretty sure. Didn't Indigo give it a 7? I don't know. That was weird.
Such an amazing piece of art.
It was, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, I completely understand enjoying this film, but I cannot understand giving this film above a 3 on the objective, quote-unquote, scale.
Give it numero uno.
Yeah, I give it a
Marcus,
2.
also is subjective.
I mean, I agree, but that does not change the fact that people who care about consistency should not give this film above a 3.
Enjoyment equals quality, Marcus.
Oh, of
We all know
course,
this.
yeah, no. The Room is a 10 out of 10 film, yeah. So right after...
Yeah.
So right after Flash leaves them to go to a party, an MIT freshman party, Peter goes to the Sancto Sanctorum.
Hold up. I want to put something out.
Oh, okay.
After all this time, with the identity crisis,
Oh,
Peter's
yeah.
solution is to look at this bauble of Doctor Strange that happens to be in that cafe, and he thinks, I could go there.
Yeah, he sees these fucking Halloween decorations that reminds him, oh, yes, Doctor Strange. So that is pretty contrived, isn't it? And I was talking yesterday to a few people on SK server, and I was trying to understand, like, what would people consider the inciting incident? But the inciting incident will have to be the identity being revealed. And you can't just excuse each of these instances with, oh, it's the inciting incident. Like, oh, Peter not being told about the spell. Oh, that's the inciting incident. No, wait, it's Peter looking at these bobbleheads as the inciting incident. No. Oh, it's the fucking Doc Ock being at the same bridge as Peter. That's the inciting incident. No, it can't be either. Like, the inciting incident, or it can't be that Doctor Strange fought Peter and lost the fucking Cube either. Like, the side extent has to be the identity reveal. So all of this is insanely contrived. Like, he never thought of going to Doctor Strange until he saw these fucking bubbleheads. So even if you don't think it's contrived, it's insanely stupid of Peter to never think of going to Doctor Strange. It's like until this point, if he actually thought it was a good idea.
I just realised something,
Sure.
and it kind of breaks the whole MIT subplot.
Right.
Why doesn't Pepper just hire those three as part of Stark Industries?
Yeah, Stark Industries works with MIT, doesn't it? In Civil War, so she could actually get
Yes.
them in.
Just
I mean,
hire
if
them.
if they don't give money to Falcon,
Yeah, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah,
but
so just hire these on an internship into a full-time job.
yeah, that is actually a good point.
Oh, this that breaks the entire MIT subplot because Pepper and Happy would definitely do that.
Oh my god, that's really stupid. I like that.
Happy is
That's
with them,
fun.
so
Freaky and Waller openly bragged about rating this film lower than what people thought they would
they were
rate
like,
it.
"Oh,
Bro.
we give it a 5." Some people
I'm
give
not-
it a 6.
Imagine bragging about rating 5 as low. Like, they actually think this is better than well, not only do they think this is better than Far From Home, they still think Far From Home is a 4. So these people are insane. Well, they think No Homecoming is a 9. So
And then also we need to point out how literally no fucking superhero went to Peter going, I understand what it's like to have your identity in the public eye.
Yep. I mean, just
Well,
have
well-
fucking Matt Murdock talk about the identity being revealed. You don't need like him to reveal that he's Daredevil, but that would have been way more meaningful than just having nobody talk about it. Because Matt knows how that shit works. Having to hide your identity from the people you love. So yeah. Could this investigation put Stark Industries under the water? It can't, because Damage Control is owned by Stark Industries, which, like I said earlier, a conflict of interest. But you know, this investigation is being held by Stark Industries pretty much because they own Damage Control. So that's stupid. But anyway, Peter goes to Sanctorum to ask Doctor Strange to reverse time to undo the identity reveal. So, few things. First, when he arrives, the entire place is covered in snow, and there are two people shoveling snow inside, as opposed to, Doctor Strange just using a portal and moving it to transport the snow to literally anywhere else, because, we know he can do that, so I don't understand what the point of that was, but whatever.
Or just turn the snow into something else,
Mm-hmm. I mean, they say that it was one of their portals in the back, those big portals they show in Doctor Strange. One of them was leading to, I think it was Alaska, and a blizzard fucking fucked them over. Just fucking open a portal to a hot place and let the snow melt, and then it's easier to deal with water than snow, as everybody who has lived with snow knows. But whatever.
Can't open portals to get rid of snow, but we can do like large memory spells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then Wong shows up and is like, "Yo, yeah, I know who you are." And then we have revealed that Wong is the Sorcerer Supreme since Doctor Strange was blipped for 5 years.
Hey,
So let's
idea.
talk about this. If this is the case, that means that Wong has been the Sorcerer Supreme since 2018, right? Since Infinity War.
Yes.
Right. So that means that regardless of when Shang-Chi takes place, Wong was Sorcerer Supreme by that point, right?
Yes.
So that means
Or
that Wong,
fucking
as
around with the
Sorcerer
combination.
Supreme in this film, when he even says he has higher duties because he is the Sorcerer Supreme, he was training Abomination in an underground fighting ring that was streamed to the dark web.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that is definitely not a character assassination of Wong. No, sir. Strange was the worst part of this film. Yeah, he was. Blizzard from Siberia. Oh, then either way, point being, there was a blizzard. My point still stands. So yeah, Wong is now Sorcerer Supreme. And then Peter's like, "Yo, can you reverse time?" And then Doctor Strange's like, "I don't have the time stone, silly." But it's funny because the Eye of Agamotto just returns to his neck after he does the spell that fucks up. So I don't understand what was going on there, because they never acknowledged the fact that he has the Eye of Agamotto again. It just is there. So yeah, I don't know. Like, they just never acknowledged it. but whatever. Then as Wong is leaving, because he's going to take care of Kamartaj, going to do something in Kamartaj, he opens the portal, and then Strange is like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you. And then Peter says, oh, I'll forget it. And then Wong is like, oh, don't worry, Strange knows, is the best at forgetting shit, or whatever. It was some stupid line, which gives Strange the brilliant idea of using a memory spell to make every person forget that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, which I don't think. First off, Doctor Strange wanting to erase everyone's memories, I'd say that's already out of character. Like, that is insane for him to just mess with everyone's memories like that. Like, that is insane manipulation. But then, to make matters even worse, Wong says that spell messes with the known, and it rides the line between the known and unknown depths of reality or something like that, and that it's super dangerous. And Strange is like, but we've used it for way less. For example, do you remember the party we threw in Kamartaj? And Wong is like, no. And then he's like, exactly. So Strange has used this extremely dangerous spell to make Wong forget about a fucking party in Kamartaj. So, wow, that is already assassinating this character a lot, and it's gonna get worse.
And it also means this spell has existed for quite some time.
Yeah, so maybe he could have used that to make Thanos forget his mission. Maybe he could have used that to make Dormammu forget about Earth. Maybe he could have used that to make Caecilius forget about Dormammu. Maybe he could have used that a few times before, don't you think? Maybe he could have used that to, let's see, Ragnarok. Does he want anyone to forget something? Because he's in that film. I guess not.
Just make Loki forget about Earth.
Oh, yeah.
He sees him as a threat.
That is also a good point.
Kang,
But
make Kang forget about the universe.
Yeah, just make Kang forget about the
Everything's
TVA.
gone.
Make fucking Thanos' army forget about Thanos during the Endgame fight. They literally would not need to have fought anyone in that fight if you did that.
Like, why are we here?
Yeah, they just be
He
like,
lets
wait, what's
Tony Stark die.
Yep, Tony Stark's death is on Doctor Strange's hands now. Which, to be fair, it was even
Make
in the
people
even
forget that
already was,
he
because Infinity War is already retarded with the one version where they win anyway. But okay, so after that, then Wong is like, no, you shouldn't do the spell, it's dangerous and whatnot. And then Wong, in all his mighty, after Doctor Strange is like, no, we've used it for way less, he says, just leave me out of it. So in the trailer, it seemed like Doctor Strange went behind Wong's back, and the bigger issue was, why did Wong just leave? Well, he must have something else to do, and if he was actually the Sorcerer Supreme, it makes sense that he needs to go to do something else. However, seeing as he is the Sorcerer Supreme, he knows exactly what Doctor Strange wants to do. He wouldn't just say, leave me out of it. That is insane. And again, assassinating Wong, fucking 2 films in a row, both in Shang-Chi and in this. So, well done, MCU.
Make Loki forget about wanting to bang himself in another universe.
Yeah. So, yeah, Wong is thoroughly destroyed here.
Oh,
and then
maybe that's why Loki needed to conjure up a blanket, because he forgot that it was a frost.
He forgot it was a frost giant because Doctor Strange made him forget. Yeah.
It's also as well. This spell now means the entire MCU, in terms of threats that come to Earth, is kind of broken if Strange knows.
Yeah, he could make Erisham forget about Earth, for example. Which actually kind of is a really
racism.
That would be a really big deal, wouldn't it? If he made Erisham forget about Earth, that kind of just negates all the stakes in Eternals.
Because it's worth noting what they often like to do when you have huge spells. They like to introduce a big risk, or it takes a lot of power out of them. But the issue is that it does take anything out of the caster. And the only problem in this case was Peter kept fucking talking. As long as you don't talk, you're fine.
Yep. Yeah, as long as you don't change the parameters mid-spell. So yeah, Doctor Strange goes and starts doing the spell without saying anything to Peter, which is stupid. And I would say it's way worse for Doctor Strange as a character than for Peter. Because I would imagine from Peter's perspective, he just asked Doctor Strange to help him. Doctor Strange suggested something, so for Peter, he's going to be like, oh, okay, he knows already what he's doing. He's going to be fine. He knows what my interests are, it's going to be okay. But, Doctor Strange not saying anything is fucking retarded. And he just starts casting the spell, and then he says, goodbye, Spider-Man, we're all going to forget who you are. Yeah, nice knowing you, Spider-Man. Which begs the question, Doctor Strange, why wouldn't you create the parameter where you remember that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? Because if you don't, after the spell is finished, you're gonna be like, wait, who the fuck are you? Why are you in the dungeon with me? Like, that's stupid.
I'm not a pedo.
I'm not a pet.
Also, my question would be, given that Strange knows Peter's referred to his identity being out in the public, he would be able to infer that's what Peter wants forgetting. That it's in
Yes, not
public.
everyone forgetting, yeah, which is stupid.
So you just do it from a certain point in time. You go, make everyone forget who known at this date.
Yeah, it's like Peter says, everyone who knew before can continue knowing, which, yeah, that's how it should be as the spell. But Doctor Strange doesn't think about that because he's a moron. So yeah, he starts doing the spell and Peter is like, yo, MJ, can you make her remember at least? And then Strange is like, changing the spell mid-casting is dangerous, but, what? Fine, I'm gonna change it. And then he's like, Ned, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna change it for Ned. Then like Aunt May, and he's like, Happy as well, and then the spell starts to go wrong, and we see that moment in the film where reality starts to collapse. In Doctor Strange, he pretty much what is it? The idea? What is the exact wording he used? Basically, he stops the spell. He contains the spell. That's the word. He contains the spell. Yeah, he contains the spell into this little cube thingy here, this here, and yeah, the idea would be, yeah, the spell didn't get out, so but if he had, there would be unimaginable consequences because of how dangerous the spell is, and because messing with it cause it to fuck up. And then he says to Peter, if you already appeal to the MIT, then there's no way. I think you should just deal with the consequences. And you see, this is what you I forget sometimes that you're still a kid. And then Peter's like, wait, I can appeal to MIT, and Doctor Strange's like, are you fucking retarded? You came to me first before appealing to MIT, which is just lampshading from the film because that is indeed fucking retarded. Yeah. Like, that is an issue for Peter as a character. He should be way smarter than to not do it. Fucking hell.
Everyone will forget bootneck. Wait, everyone already doesn't know bootneck, so.
This is a 5 to 7 out of 10.
Then Peter calls Flash.
Again, forget about the homosexuals.
Then Peter calls Flash to be like, yo, is the dean from MIT there?
Ding.
Nobody else is gonna get that reference, but whatever. To be able to talk to her to appeal, and then she's going to the airport, and Peter goes to the bridge, and we see her car. He walks through the car to try to find it, and then she finds it, and then he starts talking to her, try to convince her, and then while he's doing that, Doc Ock shows up, and he starts destroying a bunch of cars. And unlucky for the dean of MIT, she gets locked inside her own car because I guess the driver just locked the back door, but not the front door, so he got out and left her in there. So good on you. If you're a private driver, which it seems like you are, because this isn't a taxi, though it could be an Uber, I think you're getting fired after this, but whatever. And then
Also, I don't know, unless Doc Ock just happened to be near the bridge, I don't know how he got there without being noticed.
Yeah, so we come back to the Spider-Man 2 issue here of how did he go with the fucking tentacles that make a lot of noise when he walks. How did he walk through the city? But I think what the film is trying to imply is that Doc Ock just happened to be here, which obviously, as we know, is contrived. But yeah, I think he was just transported here because of the way he does it. He seems to be like, oh, I was just at my machine, and what did you do with it? It just disappeared. Which, yeah, we'll get to in terms of continuity of Spider-Man 2. But yeah, I think he just happened to be there, which is very contrived, but whatever. And then everyone starts running, but that woman gets trapped in her car. Actually, she has a long time to get out of the car, and she just doesn't, but that's funny. So, yeah, Doc Ock shows up, and he's like, yo, what'd you do to my machine, Peter? That new suit is not going to save you, Peter. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Peter's like, what machine? And Doc Ock is like, the power of the sun in the palm of my hands. And it's like, okay, thanks for shoehorning that line in, but whatever.
Yeah. And they're going to do it like 3 or 4 more times. So
yeah, he says the power of the sun in the palm of my hand like 5 times in this film. They forced it a lot.
Power of the sun in the palm
of my... Yeah, when he's holding the arc reactor, I think he does that as well.
It's literally his catchphrase now.
Yeah, which he says once in Spider-Man 2, and is like, yes, it makes sense, but you don't need to repeat it every
Once or
single time.
twice.
He said it once.
There's an
One.
argument
He did it
going
twice.
in the
Twice?
chat. This is
I
fun.
don't know. I would have to rewatch
He
it.
says it once when he
Didn't he
first starts the
say,
reaction, and then he said it when after he talks to the arms, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, let's rob a bank," and that's when he says it again.
Does he
The
say
power
it?
of the sun in the palm of my hand. Nothing will stand in our way.
think-
Nothing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
think I think TV is right. in telling you.
Have a bow guest on ECUM. I would love it. He
So
only
I
brings it
just
up
want
when people wait, I'm
I
sorry,
wanna-
what's the issue? They should try to counter them, especially if Mulder keeps bringing up how bad SK's video is without any counter to any of SK's larger arguments. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Like, you can't, to put it lightly, you can't, by their standards, keep doing jabs at a video and not really elaborating when they've literally shat on others for doing that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't, if I kept doing that to Mauler or to Fringy or to Rags videos, they would take issue with that, and that's fair to take issue.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But they then can't do that.
Yeah, you're saying like, oh, when people super chat, he just gives his thought and he doesn't have to go into it. No, he does. If someone asks, oh, what did you think of SK's video? You say it's bad, and then you give at least a couple examples, and it's like, oh, because of this, this, and that. That's literally the idea of EFAP, to give references to back up your claims. And we know they don't care about spending a long time in super chats. Like, we've seen how long Fringy and Rags have spent
super chats
debating
have
like
lasted 1
useless
hour,
shit.
so-
Yeah, like there are super chat catch-ups where Fringy and Rags talk about fucking whatever animal could beat each other in a fight for
Well,
literally an
exactly.
hour, which is fucking useless, but it's answering the super chat. So why can't Mueller just say it's bad because of this, this, and that? And it may go on for like 20 minutes, but I don't care. At least he's not being a petty person of just saying, oh yes, it is bad. Haha.
It's bad. We all know it's bad. Move on.
It's basically a form of gaslighting the video, because whether we like it or not, applies to us too, even though we have a small audience. When we say stuff, there will be a slight portion that will just naturally go with the flow, and they will repeat the rhetoric, and then false information comes about.
Yeah, and that's the issue
So-
with the shit they talk about with Terriers, because they keep misrepresenting the show, and everyone just agrees without watching the show because they think, if EFAP said this, then it has to be right, and it's just not how it should be. And every time I make a claim on ECUM, I encourage people to try to disagree, try to challenge them if you can, and you shouldn't just parrot my ideas. No, it's just you should think for yourself, pretty much. But there are people who are just going to listen to what I say no matter what, and people are going to listen to what Mueller says no matter what, and that's something you should try to be as clear of for the reasons about as possible, because it means you can have less misinformation being spread, pretty much.
It's this vicious cycle, because like everybody in the a lot of people in the EFAP community just are gonna say whatever Mahler says, and then whenever you go see what Mahler said, he's not gonna provide any references. So it's like, okay, well, I don't know any references now.
Yep.
We're not saying he's doing it for the sake of doing it. The problem is, if he super chat his thoughts and he just says it is bad, it doesn't really elaborate why. It goes against the antithesis of what he stands for, and it also
that's
again
just real quick. That's what I said. EFAP stands for elaborating on your claim, so you can actually have a full formed thought. You can just say it is bad and then not elaborate at all. Like, that goes against what Mueller stands for. That's the idea. I don't care. I don't think he has an obligation to say why it's bad, but I think he has a moral obligation given the way he himself puts himself out there in his own streams and videos. Sorry for cutting you off, Jeb.
And also, he has he declined a debate with SK? I think he has.
He has,
he
and
said
SK
he
debated
doesn't have
Fringy, and SK messaged Fringy ignored him. And he also asked for Fringy to relay the message to Regs. So yeah, they both just ignored him. And Mueller was the only one who actually responded, and he said he doesn't have time right now to talk about Homecoming, and he says that they already have like 3 EFAPs covering Homecoming, so he doesn't think doing another EFAP on it would be wise.
So it's kind of like you're denying a debate, but you're also shitting on the video without much elaboration. That's not really a fair thing.
Yeah, I think
It's like,
if you are
fine
actually
to not have time for it. Like, it's fine if you're a busy person and you don't have time to cover a video, but then like you can't just keep on throwing shade towards the video
Yeah.
in just random streams, like, oh yeah, that video, that was so bad. It's crazy how poorly he did. You know? You can't just keep doing
Remember
that.
that video
and say, I don't
SK
have time
made?
for
Yeah.
debate.
I remember. It was pretty crazy how poorly he did. Packet asked, what did you think of EFAP's coverage? Now, I didn't watch it. I have heard people telling me their arguments, but I'm gonna go through the stream at some point or another with a few people to just see how it goes. But from what I've heard, they are insanely charitable to this film to a point I don't think they are to anything they would be if this wasn't an MCU Spider-Man film. But so I think
it's a 5.
yeah, and they give it like a 5 out of 10 when I don't think it could be higher than a 2. And from the arguments I've heard, they are not great. So yeah, I don't like their coverage from what I've seen, but I haven't seen like all of it or most of it. So yeah, I'm not gonna comment like fully on it, which is yeah. But we've been mentioning throughout the stream a bit of their arguments that we disagree with, especially Chad has been making fun of them, and so yeah, you can tell that. So yeah. Now, again, I'm just gonna post on chat the fucking Thought Theater Indiegogo campaign, and we shall proceed with the film. So yeah, Doc Ock, he goes after Peter, and Peter's grabbed by Doc Ock a few times. Peter's thrown by Doc Ock a few times, and it's like, I understand why Doc Ock is trying to hurt him and not kill him at this point, because he wants to know what Peter did to his machine. He wants to find out where his machine is, right? Which I think, that's fair. Okay, we're gonna talk about that, but also when Peter first says, "I can help you find your machine," don't you think he should play along with Peter to try to understand what was going on?
Absolutely. Like, if someone is saying, I am going to help you, and clearly has no idea what's going on, go along with it.
Yeah. Like he just says, let's help you find your machine. It's like, okay, then. Like,
even to trick Peter and get close to him.
Well, yeah, that's the point. That Peter's still trying to save him, so if he tricks Peter, then it's fine. Like, from his perspective in Spider-Man 2. They stand for elaborating your claims when you're doing an essay on it, not when people are just asking for a TLDR on a film or video. That is literally untrue. There are plenty of times when they are in chat, they are making a stream, and they ask chat something, and they're like, chat, you need to elaborate. You can't just say it is bad or it is good without elaborating when they're talking about films or shows. Especially when talking about Bly, because a lot of chat just says Bly is bad for like no reason. They're like, you gotta elaborate so we can understand why. And it's the same principle for them being asked why SK's video is bad. If they think SK's video is bad, they should answer why. They don't even need to go fully in depth. Give a few examples.
Just give one contradiction.
Yeah, just give one contradiction from their video. Like, part of the thing we make fun of EFAP here is like how they seem to want to keep consistent standards, yet they hang out with the Fandom Menace all the time, especially Mahler. So it's like that is a contradiction within their standards and what they want to do as content creators. And we don't need to cite anything else to prove that they are contradictory to themselves. But obviously, more references will mean they're contradict themselves more and more, which is worse. But to just prove, okay, this argument was bad, and that's kind of the idea. The whole video is filled with arguments like this. It's just something you can do to say, oh yeah, SK's video is bad because of this. Not just say, yes, it is bad and move on.
It's like if Southpaw just kept saying SK's Into the Spider-Verse video is bad and then never elaborated.
Yep. Yeah, which he did an entire 12-hour stream on it, and EFAP's like, oh yeah, we're not actually going to cover it. And we're going to keep...
bunch of prep time.
Like, it's fine not to do a huge 12-hour stream, but like...
Oh yeah, no, I don't think they need to, but it's like, if you actually thought the video was bad, if you actually have a way of contacting SK, if you're actually on good terms with SK, which Muller is, what is the issue with just being like, yo, want to talk about it, and that's it? Like, they don't need to even do it, like, publicly. Just talk about it for, like, 2 hours.
Also, it's like... They have done this for other videos. People have asked, what's your thoughts on this video? What's your thought on this content creator? And every time, at least I've heard from them, they have gone, they think this, and this is why.
Yeah, just be like, I don't agree, like, this is the argument made. This is one of the arguments made, and it doesn't hold any water. And the whole video is kind of on that level.
Yeah, I remember
that's
when
why I
someone
don't
asked
like-
about the high top endgame video, and EFAP elaborated on what that video. They said, yeah, we liked it, but we didn't agree with all of it, and then they talked about a bit of the video. I was like, yeah, this is what you do. You say, yeah, we agreed with a big portion of the video and the issues he had, but also, you know, we don't like this style of video because of this, this, and that. Like, they didn't just say, yes, we liked it. It's like, there's more nuance than that, and EFAP has been known for wanting to be more nuanced than that. So, yeah.
And
Yeah.
to deal with the straw man, you can't always provide references for every single opinion you state. Yes, you can't do it for every single opinion, but if you're going repeatedly, this video is bad, and you're so firm on it, you should have at least one argument.
That is contradictory to their standards, Sam. The fact that they hang out with the fandom menace. There are people who care about consistency. There are people who don't care, who don't like these subjectivist views on media. There are people who would, if they weren't friends with Gary and Az, they would make fun of their videos constantly. And they just go along with all this shit, all their bigoted views, and they're just fine with it. That is contradictory to what they want you to be. They don't want. They want you to be people who aren't biased because simply a woman was in a show. They don't want you to just say Blind Manor is bad because it has a black woman in it, like Drinker said. But they still talk to these people, and they most of the time they don't really try to correct them. They don't try to debate them, which I think is weird because Mahler says he likes to debate these kinds of things. So yes, it is inconsistent. Very inconsistent.
Yeah, the only time
Like,
he's done it for Az was the whole Asian thing,
Yeah, the Asian wife debate. Yeah, which that was interesting.
and it's kind of like we you can be friends with him. I don't really give a shit. Do what you want. But the problem is, if you allow their comments to be said and you're enabling it, the whole thing EFAP's been trying to avoid about ableism, racism, or having these views are literally being enforced.
Yeah, and
If my friend said something that I fundamentally disagree with, I would probably talk to them about it. Like, why do you think this?
Yeah, fucking Jeb and I debated Neb yesterday for a long time on the way home for something that is just like, yeah, we think your argument is bad, and it went on for hours. But Neb is still like one of our best friends. It's not hard to debate people on why their views can be inconsistent and wrong. Like,
we literally had a mini ECUM Civil War thing with Midnight Mass. Like, it happened.
oh yeah, that was the thing with Editron. Yeah, are you going to reach out to them? I already talked about. I already tried to get to debate Tasm 2 again. They denied it. They said they don't want to talk about the film again, and then they sniped at us, which I'm making a response video for, so that's gonna be fun. But yeah, I don't think they like us anymore, and I'm fairly certain from sources, I'm not going to tell who it is, but I'm fairly certain EFAP knows that we don't like them, so I don't think we have any chance of talking to them again.
I'm fairly certain we don't give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the snipe again?
That moment where he said that 2 + 2 = 4, so therefore Tasm 2 being bad is the same thing. Yeah, I think I sent you that clip, right? There it was Mahler saying like, oh, if you came to me and said that if I came to you and said 2 + 2 = 4, and you said, oh, but 2 can mean anything, and then we debated on it and you lost, and then you came back to me again and said, wait, but 2 can mean everything, and you tried to debate me again on it, I wouldn't give you the time of day. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the same thing as saying that a film is good, is it? Especially when Mahler says that objectivism makes discussions about film way more engaging and way more prevalent than when you're just like, oh, it's all subjective, because you actually are just talking about the events of the film and how you reach a conclusion, as opposed to just being like, oh, I like this. Well, that didn't work for me. And so he's being very like, just putting an ultimatum of being like, yes, my opinion is the correct one, because 2 + 2 = 4 is the same as saying Tasm 2 is bad. So that was an interesting thing you said.
Interesting.
All right. Well, what was I saying? Because I really lost my train of thought with Ock. Oh yeah. So yeah, Ock not trying to trick Peter or just work with Peter is weird. But what makes this scene weirder is Ock is constantly trying to grab Peter. You know, like look at this moment, for example, he grabs Peter by the hands. He's trying to find out where his machine is. So point is, he wouldn't try to kill Peter because he needs to know where his machine is, right? I mean, that is the point, because Peter is the only person who knows where his machine is. But then, later on in the scene, he pulls out his fucking tentacle blade and says, now it's time for you to die. And so, why the fuck would he try to kill Peter? He doesn't want to kill Peter by this point.
Sam, please. We literally said in isolated instances they will sometimes call it out, but they don't call it out when it's really necessary.
Yeah, there are loads of points where they just ignore their blatant bigotry. Just because they disagree once in a while on EFAP. If you watch Friday Night Tides or The Real BBC, you're gonna see how Mueller just does not try to argue with them on like 99% things. Just one isolated instance doesn't,
I shit you not. I heard Az literally accuse an entire corporation of having sexual predators, and that they are institutionally racist for having a character make a decision of writing initials on a hand. These are. If all I heard about that, and he was say, yeah, whatever. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and also like Dominic said, Mueller didn't say anything when as an erotic we were like talking about Shang-Chi. He was in that stream and they were making extremely stupid and weird statements, and Mueller did not try to counter any of them. Oh, was he in the stream where they talked about Hawkeye being emasculated?
I don't know exactly. I know Mueller is in every single Real BBC from now on.
Yeah, he became a host, which is insane.
If you watch, if you like see Gary and Az making all those made up shit about Hawkeye being emasculated and Kate being like a Mary Sue, and then you're okay with it, I mean that's kind of a problem. That kind of makes it look really bad.
Yeah.
But if you watch like any episode of like the Real BBC or the Night Tides, you'll see like Mueller not having the same standards.
Yep.
And it's clear the discussions aren't enough for Gary and Az because they just go straight back to what they just got refuted against anyway. Like they're already still saying Miles is a Spider-Man. So that discussion was fucking worthless.
Yeah. What do you think of EFAP's claim that the movie category gets rid of the tentacle blade issue since he can't pierce through the Iron Spider suit? It is kind of true. So, he can't go through the suit, but because Doc Ock grabs a bit of the nanotech, and there's a time before the suit, Peter's suit's nanotech recognizes the tentacles as a new device, and we know that Doc Ock from Spider-Man 2 had at least one other blade. He could have used that to try to pierce Peter's head. Not to mention, I think Doc Ock telegraphing his hit on Peter is stupid when he wants to kill him. However, this issue I think is more of a reverse tentacle blade, which is what SK has been calling it. Like I was saying, Doc Ock does not want to kill Peter at this point. He wants Peter because Peter is the only person who, from his point of view, knows what happened to his machine. Which he's trying to find out. But yet he goes, but now you're gonna die, and he tries to use the tentacle blade to kill Peter, which is stupid. He should not try to kill Peter by this point.
Also, has he been taken from his universe after he...
So I can tell you the exact moment it is, because he says it. Obviously, considering Spider-Man 2 is a canon, I already said this disclaimer before in the stream, but yeah. He says he was taken when he grabbed Peter by the neck. So if you remember Spider-Man 2, after Doc Ock gets electrocuted for the second time, he falls on the water, and then Peter takes off his mask, and Doc Ock is like, brilliant but lazy. And then Peter's like, you gotta stop your machine. And then the tentacle grabs Peter by the neck, doesn't use the fucking tentacle blade because it's a stupid tentacle, but whatever. And then Peter starts convincing him. So in No Way Home, he says that he was grabbed after when he had Peter by the neck. So there's a 5-second window between when he grabs Peter by the neck and when Peter starts talking, and that's what convinces Doc Ock to go back and try on his plan and try to stop his machine. Which means it is insanely contrived that he was taken at that exact moment, because he had literally like 5 seconds that he could have been taken while knowing Peter's identity and also being and also not being convinced yet by Peter. Which also means that Doc Ock having such good control of his tentacles in this film makes no sense.
Okay, cool.
5 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Alright, yeah, so
Glorious 5 out of 10.
So he tries to use the tentacle blade on Peter, which, like I said, is stupid. But he tries to do it on the opening of his suit, which exists because Doc Ock Doc Ock grabbed a bit of the nanotech on Peter's chest, and that somehow merged with his tentacles. Now, the nanotech merges with all of his tentacles, which, what? Because that makes absolutely no sense. Because if if you have eyes, you can tell that Doc Ock's tentacles are way, way, way bigger than Peter is, and yet Peter still has a hole in his chest, which is why he needs to change the nanotech from his head to his chest when he's gonna be tentacle bladed. But if the nanotech can stretch that far in on Doc Ock's tentacles, that means that the nanotech that came from his head could still cover his head while covering his chest, so he doesn't need to just stop there. And it also means that when Doc Ock gives back the nanotech to Peter, he should be able to get an entirely new suit because, well, the nanotech just is that stretchable, I guess, which is insane. So that already is weird. But also, fucking Peter now, because the nanotech somehow merged with the Doc Ock's tentacles. I have no idea why or how. It just happened. Peter can now control Doc Ock's tentacles, and now Doc Ock is out of the film for the rest of it. Like, he's no longer a threat. So that was fun.
Yay.
His tentacles have nanotechnology as per Spider-Man 2, so merging may be possible. That's... what? No. That makes no sense. The nanotech from Peter's suit just happens to get in touch with that tentacle, and then it spreads all throughout. And the AI from the tentacles doesn't realize that it's being taken over, I guess. Until Peter's like, yo, I can control this.
His tentacles don't have nanotech, but it was stated that nanotech exists in the Raimi universe.
Yeah, which is fine. That's not my issue. I definitely don't have an issue with that. It can exist in the Raimi universe. I don't think it would exist in the fucking
there's no reason for it to exist in the tentacles.
Yeah, I don't think it exists on the
temperatures.
same sense that it does in the MCU. I think the issue, because otherwise everyone would be using it, I think it's just like it is a concept that exists in the Raimiverse and they're trying to explore it. So yeah, I don't think it's like
the
MCU levels.
The issue Marcus is saying, there's too little nanotech to surround all the arms, thus they can't be controlled.
Yes, they should not be able to be all controlled. Or if they are all controlled, then Peter should have an entirely nanotech suit for the rest of the film.
No, that's not, Packet, that's not the argument. We know the arms are nanotech, it's just there is too little nanotech to surround the arms.
I think he's saying that the arms are made out of nanotech, but I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm gonna check the transcript of Spider-Man 2 now.
If they were made of nanotech, wouldn't they be like retractable?
Yeah, which they are not, as we know.
Yeah.
Alright, Spider-Man 2 transcript, nano. Nanowires feed directly into my cerebellum. No, that is the only mention of the word nano in the film. Nanowires feed directly into my cerebellum, allowing me to use these arms and to control fusion reaction in an environment no human could enter. So that is talking about the wires being very small and that they feed into his cerebellum, which is how he controls the arms. So yeah, it does not have nanotech.
Yeah, which is not the same as on the tentacles.
Happy birthday to you.
Alright, so after this, Peter can just control his tentacles. And thankfully for alright, so thankfully for fucking Peter, the person he saved by controlling the tentacles was the dean, the MIT dean. So, now she's just like, yay, I'm gonna let you and your friends get into MIT. That's fun, isn't it? So that was very lucky of Peter, that she just couldn't get out of the car, and then, Doc Ock dangled her specifically out of the fucking...
Which is weird to me, that she only now sees him as a hero. I get why she sees him as a hero in this instance, but again, there's knowledge that Peter has literally sacrificed his life to save the world. Why would this persuade you he is now a hero?
Yeah, I don't understand, to be honest. I just realized I had Discord sound on, so I'm sorry about that, chat. It would not happen again. Yeah. Will Brit say a word in the stream? I'm not sure. He has not said anything, but I'm sure we'll get there. Probably when he leaves, he's gonna be like, bye, so... I was waiting for him to say something because he unmuted, but no. Okay. So yeah, she says, yeah, you're a hero, and then Doc Ock tries to grab Peter, but Peter still controls his tentacles, so nothing can happen. And then Goblin shows up, which is fun. So yeah, Goblin has appeared in the same bridge. I guess he could have flown there. I don't find that to be a huge issue. That he could fly there after seeing all the destruction. My issue will come when Doc Ock says, Osborn, which implies that Doc Ock knows that Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin, which just makes Spider-Man 2 and 3 impossible to occur if the Raimi trilogy is in fact, canon. Which, yeah, we've already talked about, like, maybe, may not be, but yeah, that kind of breaks everything, because knowing that, it being public knowledge that Goblin is Norman Osborn makes Spider-Man 2 impossible to happen, and Spider-Man 3
There's no way
especially.
Harry didn't know.
Yep, exactly. Harry should have known, which causes issues, and there be an investigation on the death. Well, that would be more of an issue in Spider-Man 2 and 3. That they never acknowledged that there would be an investigation on Norman's death, but whatever. But yeah, and then Doctor Strange just uses a portal to teleport Peter and Doc Ock to his dungeon when Goblin is about to attack Peter. And okay, few things. Why does he only teleport those two but not Goblin? Because if he knows Doc Ock is there, he would know that Goblin is there, wouldn't he?
Probably.
Fuck Goblin, he can say that. Yeah, I don't understand that. He just let Goblin continue destroying things on the bridge and killing people.
Because it's Willem Dafoe.
Yeah. So yeah. And also when he uses the portal, Doc Ock is teleported inside one of those prison thingies in his dungeon. However, he is not teleported. However, Peter's not teleported inside there, which implies that Doctor Strange not only can use the portal to teleport people, but he can just teleport some people, specific people to specific places inside the Sancto, because, well, that's just how it is here, and that's how it was in Ragnarok as well, with Thor and himself. But yeah, so Doc Ock is just not nowhere near Peter when they're teleported, and he just teleports inside one of the prison thingies, which causes that issue of, you can just teleport them inside, so that's fun. He could just teleport Peter inside, for example, when Peter is trying to steal his cube later on in the film. So yeah, but then Peter, he's in this dungeon and he talks to Doctor Strange, and Strange's like, "Be careful what you wish for, Parker." Blah blah. And then fucking they have this argument about, oh, these people are being brought to this universe because they know who Spider-Man is, which EFAP tried to defend by saying, oh, see, Max didn't know that Peter was Spider-Man, and therefore Doctor Strange is wrong. But if he is wrong, then that means that his logic in the third act to reverse the spell makes no sense, which it already doesn't. But point being, he has no logic to think that the spell would work in the third act, which means that the film's resolution cannot work. Also, the film does imply that Max does know that Peter is Spider-Man. Like, the point is that all of those villains know that Peter is Spider-Man, but as we know from 2002, he does not. So yeah,
Electro did not know Andrew Garfield is Spider-Man.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I thought in the third act Gwen yelled Peter at some point, but she doesn't. Yeah, so there's no way for him to know, not even the name. So
she does, but not with Electro close by.
Yeah, it was when Peter Webster to the cop
They
car.
were by the police cars, yeah.
Yeah, which was an improvised moment, which I love.
Harry knows in 2002.
Yes, I don't understand why they didn't have Dane DeHaan here. He would have fit perfectly. Well, I also think Dane DeHaan should have just been here instead of fucking Connors, because Connors is so shit. But yeah, Doctor Strange in his dungeon, he has Doc Ock now imprisoned, and he already imprisoned Lizard. And he says that he found Lizard because he sensed, or he found like other universal threats. He wasn't like an other universal threat or shit like that. Which makes it so that Doctor Strange does not need Ned and MJ to help him find the other multiversal threats in this film. He would be able to track them down. So when Peter gets MJ and Ned to help him, that is useless and just wasting time. So that's funny.
Yeah.
Does this movie basically confirm that Ned could be a wizard? No, I think that was just a joke. Or maybe at worst a setup for future films. I hope
His
not, because it was
walrus
stupid.
face.
So yeah.
His grandmother said it was like sparkles.
So here's something else interesting. Oh yeah, this is a funny frame because we can just see the fucking Eye of Agamotto, but whatever. So Doctor Strange, he has this gauntlet thing that he uses to shoot at the villains to put them inside cells in that dungeon, which he gives to Peter through telekinesis, which is interesting because, if he has the power to do that with that gauntlet, it only stands to reason he would be able to do that with the sling ring as well, right? Don't you think? Maybe when he's in the mirror dimension and Peter webs his lingering, that would have been interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, but he just doesn't do it.
I also want to add something to Ark here. In this entire scene, Ark feels out of character. He's really over the top.
Mm-hmm. I agree. He feels way more jokey than he should be. But then, Peter, Doctor Strange gives the gauntlet to Peter to be like, yo, you go after those villains and you go apprehend them. And Peter's like, yeah, there's this goblin dude in the bridge and I'm gonna do that. Then he calls Ned and MJ to help him. We have the Scooby-Doo line, which is terrible and will always remain terrible. I have no idea why they included that in all the fucking material. Remember how there was a scene in the third act where Max legit says he thought Peter was going to be black? Yeah, totally knew who Spider-Man was. I know, right? Yeah, it's weird.
There must be a black Spider-Man somewhere out there.
That was a nice dialogue from a character perspective, but from a meta perspective, I understand that it's just shoehorning a Miles reference. But yeah.
It was kind of cool. My theater did clap for that.
Oh, mine too, but I liked it from a character perspective because I think it fits Max as a character who grew up in a very underprivileged life. Yeah. And then we have the line where they're like, yo, what's your name? It's like Dr. Otto Octavius, and they laugh. And it's like, that's a good joke, isn't it? That was funny.
So funny. I love it.
And then they're looking...
real name.
Yeah, they're looking for shit, and they find... Oh yeah, and Ox says Goblin was dead. You're going after a corpse, which is
And he seems to know like how he became Goblin through greed. So
yeah, well, it's gonna get worse once they get Sandman. But yeah, and then Peter's like swinging through these pylons, and then, dear Lord, this is very dark. Okay. And then he sees Max fucking forming himself from the cables on those pylons. It's like, that is interesting. Max has showed up here. But then...
No idea why he's in this universe, but okay.
Yeah, like we said, it makes no sense, considering it tells him true. And then he attacks Peter, and it is the only moment in the film where they use Electro's theme, the bass. Yeah, which is good, but I hate that they only used it once. But whatever.
It was so short too. I was like the only person in the theater that just audibly screamed.
Me too. I got excited about it.
The only soul in the theater. Nobody else knew.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, they used it. And I was like, oh my god, they're gonna use it for the rest of the film, but they just didn't.
It's because like when the soundtrack leaked, and they had the Horner theme for Andrew, I felt like they wouldn't use the TASM 2 soundtrack at all. So it kind of caught me off guard. So that was cool.
Yeah, I thought that too. I was like, oh, they actually used it. Are they gonna use it? And they just didn't, but whatever. So yeah. The one moment in the film that I actually got actually excited. So that was fun. And
they also credited the song in the credits.
They did?
Yeah, at the very end.
They
had
the name. It was I think the Electro Suite.
It credited the composers of the other movies, so
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when Electro tries to attack Peter, the attack is not the first attack, but the second one is impeded by Sandman, Flint Marko from Spider-Man 3. And he's like, yo, Peter, it's me, Flint Marko. what the fuck's going on? He's like, yo, I'm not your Peter. And he's like, what, not my Peter? He's like, yeah, I'll explain later. Just help me out with this. Which implies, and then he does, which implies, yeah, Flint Marko, as we know from Spider-Man 3, despite his inconsistent characterization, he does want to help people. He's a good person. And so, especially when he finds Spider-Man being attacked by a random electric dude, he'd help him. So he does. And then they fight, and I'm not really going to talk about the choreography because I just genuinely I can't tell with how dark this is. But yeah, then they talk, and then Peter's like, yo, you're from another universe. And Electro is like, oh, the energy feels different here. I like it. Which,
I
that's fine.
wanna point out something else. I don't know why MJ and Ned are like having a camera when Peter has fucking spider sense. I generally don't know why they're there.
I don't understand what the point of them being there is either. And I don't understand why they can't just talk to him with like comms either. Like, doesn't his suit have comms? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it should do.
Yeah, because
I will
he
also
talks.
say that I found it really funny. Like every scene with Sandman was really funny because he looked so fucking stupid, just made of sand the entire time. It
Yeah.
was so hilarious.
Gonna talk about that later, but yeah, in this scene when Peter says you're from another universe, Flint is pure sand throughout the entire film except for one shot that they got from Spider-Man 3. It was a reused shot. And I don't understand why he's pure sand. Yeah, the actor may be older, but that wouldn't change anything in terms of like plot-wise when he's gone.
The most
Toby's
reasonable
also
explanation
old
I've
in
heard
this
is
movie, so-
COVID restrictions.
Sure.
I think he was in. Okay, no, that was Riz Ifans, the guy who plays the Lizard. I think
Yeah.
he was in London, and so COVID restrictions made it so that he couldn't be there. I don't know if the same applies to Thomas Hayden Church, but yeah, he's not in the film, like not physically.
Yeah, his voice
voice,
is,
right?
and yeah, it's his voice
Yeah.
is, and yeah, as Sandman, he's just made out of sand in the entire film, which is off-putting.
I'm sorry, that looked really fucking stupid. It was
Yeah.
hilarious.
It is really off-putting, especially when they try to make a joke when he sits on the couch in Happy's apartment and it's full of sand and he tries wiping it away, and it's like, yeah, if only were your normal form, then this wouldn't happen, would it? But whatever.
Yeah, it's not like we know you can turn into like an actual person based on Spider-Man 3.
But yeah, but also Electro, he looks like a guy and is no longer blue. And the idea is, for why he's no longer blue, is that the energy in this universe is different from the energy in the TASM universe, and that's why he looks different. And that is the explanation, especially because Lizard says that he's seen later, like in like 5 minutes, he says that he has seen Max in before, and he had a comb over and a tooth gap, which implies, that is the same version, and he looks different in this universe because of the energy being different, which I think is fine, because, even the color of the energy is different. It's yellow as opposed to blue, so that's fine. And then Peter uses the gauntlet to teleport Electro to the prison, which makes Flint Marko be angry at him, and he's like, yo, I don't trust you, I don't know who you are, even though I just helped you and you just told me exactly what is going on, that I'm from another universe, and all he wants is to go back home to his daughter. So I don't understand why he just turns on Peter for no reason. But yeah, Sandman is retarded in this film.
It's also
I think it's a missed opportunity if they didn't use any of Sandman's theme for the film, because it's a very nice score in Spider-Man 3.
Yep, I agree.
Liked it if they used some of it.
It's also worth noting for Electro, his character dialogue is really different to him in TASM 2. He's a lot more charismatic.
The
He's more
idea,
Jamie Foxx. He's more Jamie Foxx in the film.
Yeah.
yeah, the idea is the idea from him as a character, I think, is fine. I think he's definitely in character from what he believes in, but I don't think he agrees. But I don't think his dialogue is consistent with what he has been established as in terms of personality in TASM 2, considering, how he was super awkward and he didn't know exactly how to talk about shit. So yeah, I think he's definitely out of character in some form. But then yeah, as Flint Marco talks to Peter and is like angry that he thinks that Peter just killed Electro, which is weird. But whatever. And then he teleports him back to the dungeon. Then we have a scene with all these villains in the dungeon. But then as this happens, we have some dialogue about like the characters realizing that a lot of them died. Wait, is this now? I think it might be later when he has Goblin. Yeah, I think it's later because he goes to grab Goblin on the next day. Yeah, because Peter's like, yo, I'm gonna clean up this mess before people try to pin this on me. So yeah, but then we cut to the next day and Goblin's at an alley.
Beast.
Yeah, is at an alley. No. And then he like hears the voice from Goblin in his head. Norman hears the voice from Goblin, and he smashes the helmet, which is funny because in Spider-Man 1 that helmet was insanely durable, but in this film he just breaks it with like one rock, which is hilarious, but whatever. And then he goes
I do like how they framed that shot though. It was like very similar to Spider-Man 1, where he's the mask is on the corner of the chair and he's like kneeling in front of it. It was very similar to that.
Yeah. And then Aunt May calls Peter and says that Goblin is at feast. And then Peter comes there to, meet Aunt May and Norman. And Norman, he understands that he's in another universe. He understands that in this universe there's no Oscorp, that his son doesn't exist in this universe, which, good acting from Willem Dafoe. I think it's fine. And then Aunt May's like, you gotta help these people. He's lost in his mind. Not just in the cosmic sense, which I thought was not good dialogue. I thought she could just said he's lost. You gotta help him, as opposed to just being like not only in the cosmic sense. I mean in his mind, because that became a joke and everyone laughed in my theater. Yeah, it's like he's lost. I understand what you mean, but anyway, yeah, she says that, and then Peter's like, yeah, I guess I gotta help him, and then he walks with Norman to the dungeon, and then and then at the dungeon they have this dialogue where they're like, oh shit, Doc Ock says to Goblin, oh shit, you died. And it's like, wait, no, I didn't die. That doesn't make any sense. And Sandman's like, yes, it was all over the news. Goblin was killed by his own glider after fighting Spider-Man. Which, oh no, that breaks the entirety of the Raimi trilogy. Isn't that fun? I think that's pretty fun.
That's great. I love it.
I love it too. It was literally all over the news, but whatever.
But your own son didn't know.
I remember when we discussed Spider-Man 2, we're like, this should be all over the news and discovered. The MCU thought, let's actually do that.
Yeah, it's not going to break everything.
Nah.
Yeah. But yeah, then we have like Goblin asks Ock what the fuck happened to him, and Ock is like, what the fuck happened to you? You died. And then Max is like, no, because they ask, oh, were we all gonna die? And Max is like, no, I was about to become pure energy or whatever. And it's like, oh shit, I was gonna die, which makes sense. Yes, he was about to die, which means he was taken right as Peter was charging him, overcharging him in the third act of TASM 2, which, yeah, he didn't know that Peter was Spider-Man by that point, but whatever. And, well, Lizard just didn't die, so yeah. Could this be an alternate version of the Raimi trilogy? We've already said this, that if you want to infer that these characters are from an alternate version of the Raimi trilogy and the TASM films, that would make the film better, more consistent, but that would also make the film way cheaper in terms of the emotional payoffs it wants to achieve with these characters, because if we don't have the context for those films, we cannot understand how none of these character payoffs would have any weight or value behind them, because we simply haven't seen any of these events, because they would be from an alternate universe. So watching the TASM films and the Raimi films is useless. So I think either way, you're running at an issue. One would be like from consistency standpoint, other coming from like actually meaningful character writing standpoint. So you choose your toxin, I guess.
Choose your poison.
Poison. That is the word. Yeah. Choose your poison. But yeah, then Doctor Strange arrives here at this dungeon, and he puts Goblin inside a cage, and Peter's like, no, you shouldn't do that, he's fine, but whatever. And he says, no, don't worry, we're gonna send y'all back. And they're like, no, but if we go back, we're all gonna die. And then Peter's like, no, we can't let them die. And Doctor Strange's like, sorry, Peter, but their deaths are meaningless in the grand scheme of things, which is out of character for Doctor Strange. But whatever. And then Doctor Strange says, well, I went to grab this box and put this spell inside. And after I'm done with this incantation, I can undo the spell and they're all going to be sent back. So, yeah, this is the moment I told you that breaks the entire film. So how long do you think it takes Doctor Strange to do the spell with the box? I actually counted, so don't worry. I know exactly how long it takes.
5 seconds.
It is 20 seconds. So, getting the box, do you think it would be hard for him?
No, not really.
Right. So, couldn't he have just done that last night before he even got Peter involved? And also, why does he need Peter to capture all the villains if the villains aren't relevant if they are in the dungeon or not? He doesn't need the villains to be trapped.
Gotta catch them all.
Generally, he could have just done the spell and then the film would have been over. He didn't need to involve Peter
should
at all.
have given Peter a bunch of Pokeballs so he can throw at the villains.
Also,
yeah.
with-
Goblin catch.
But yeah, this is the
Strange,
issue that
like-
breaks the entire film. Well, one of them. Because Strange could have literally just sent them back last night and he waited until the next morning to do so. Even though the spell takes 20 seconds and he only needed to find the fucking box, which wouldn't be hard anyway because Wong is the Sorcerer Supreme and he can just go to Wong and be like, yo, I need that box.
Maybe it's because he has a lizard fetish and he wanted to see the lizards and the sewers. Knows what they've done there.
Just man. 5 out of 10.
Yep. So yeah, Bootneck told me this issue yesterday and I thought that was pretty funny. So thank you, Bootneck. That was
Bootneck?
fine.
Does Strange, like, can he not sense the other Spider-Men? Because, like, even if they are heroes, they're
He
still a
should.
threat.
He should because he could sense Lizard. But also, he doesn't say the spell needed to be inside it for some time. He only said he needed the box to trap the spell, and then he needed to do an incantation to undo the spell. So no, the box does not need the spell inside for some time. So that is also a huge issue. So that is, probably the biggest issue of the first hour. And then also we have the fact that after he's done the incantation, he just waits a few seconds to press the button, which is what allows for Peter to web the box, which is stupid. Very stupid. But also, not only that, why does he not teleport Peter away and leave the box so he can just grab the box? So, yeah, he could have just done that. Alright. And then Peter starts to run away. And as he runs out of the Sancto Sanctorum, Doctor Strange traps him with using the sling ring to create a few portals. And then he uses one of those, whips to grab Peter, push him to him, and then use the soul punch. Which, yeah, Peter not being able to react that fast, I think is fine, right? For now, at least. So, yeah, he does the soul punch, and everything becomes slow motion. As you can tell if you look at in the background, there's a person walking. That person starts to walk insanely slow, and Peter is still in the air when Doctor Strange tries to grab the cube from him when he is soul punched. So time is slowed down, okay? So then Doctor Strange tries to grab the box from Peter's hands. And this issue is even funnier because Peter can just react and dodge Doctor Strange trying to grab the box without being inside his body and while in slow motion, which would make him faster than the Flash in pretty much any iteration, because this is happening in millionths of a second. So, yeah. That's fun.
You can see bullets in slow motion.
Well, this Peter should be able to.
Basically, it destroys any excuse for his Spidey sense not reacting
Oh, he
for him.
was right.
Yeah, you know in Far From Home, how he's hit by a bus? That was an issue before. This is an issue now. But, and this
And
also
it's
implies that Doctor Strange has some sort of super speed, which is, wow. Okay, he's very OP, isn't he? But whatever.
And it's also like Strange, instead of trying to restrain the body, he just keeps trying to fetch it.
Yeah, and as we know, he has the power to do so, because if you remember Infinity War, when he was fighting Thanos, he used 1 billion copies of himself to trap Thanos with all those whips. So he could just do that. And he doesn't. No, yeah, it's his bodies, but that doesn't change my argument at all, DC. It's still stupid that his body can do it. And reflexes like that, they would still work. Maybe a little bit worse if he was inside his body, but so the issue is, reflexes like this, you need to have a presence in your brain for your brain to be able to understand what is going on and to be able to transform the idea of what was going on into and rationalizing it into a reaction that makes sense with what your desired outcome would be. Considering Peter's out of his body, he has no body controlling his brain, which means he has no thought process, which means his spidey sense should not be working at all. And the fact that it is, and the fact that it is so fast, as it's shown here, is insane. Actually insane. And yeah, it's also stupid that he doesn't use escape to try to grab the cube when Peter's soul punched. But yeah, Peter just flies back to his body, and then he tries to swing away, and then Doctor Strange throws his cape at Peter, and then he opens the mirror dimension, which, fair enough, makes sense for Strange to open the mirror dimension so Peter could not escape. Then Peter swings through the mirror dimension, blah blah blah, and then Doctor Strange talks to Peter, and Peter's like, "I gotta save him," and Doctor Strange is like, "No, you can't. You're just putting the whole multiverse at risk." And then Doctor Strange uses escape to trap Peter, and then to push the cube to himself. And he also uses that whip to grab the cube, which means he could have used it before, but just didn't, which is interesting. But yeah, he grabs the cube. He pushes the cube with the cape. The cube starts falling. He flies towards it, and then he has the cube again. And Peter's like, "Wait, the mirror dimension? It's all geometry. You're good at geometry, Peter." Yeah. So Doctor Strange, he grabs the cube, right? And instead of leaving the mirror dimension, just pressing the button so Peter can't stop him anymore, seeing through that the villains are back, then going back to the mirror dimension to get Peter, what he does is he tries to finish the spell in the mirror dimension, but also after he's already opened the portal for some reason. So Peter webs him. And gets him to be like trapped because geometry, I guess. I don't know how that works, but whatever. And then Peter grabs the cube, webs the sling ring, goes through the portal that Doctor Strange opened, and says, "I have to try to save them." So, few things. First off, Doctor Strange could have used the power he used to get the gauntlet to Peter and from Peter earlier, the telekinesis, to get the sling ring back. He doesn't. He could have sent his cape after Peter. He doesn't. He could have just, like I said, gone to the normal dimension, the main dimension, and finish the spell and then come back to the mirror dimension to get Peter after it was all over with. He just doesn't. And he could have used his whip to grab the cube as Peter was leaving, which he just doesn't. And the portal remaining open after he takes off the sling ring does not make any sense. So that's fun. I think those are all the issues with this scene. There's a lot.
What was I gonna add? It's like, I can't believe Doctor Strange, before being like accomplished Sorcerer Supreme, defeated Caecilius, but can't defeat fucking Spider-Man in a battle of sorcery.
Yeah, just from principle, that makes absolutely no fucking sense. Also, how does the portal close? I don't know. I don't know how it closes. I don't know how it works, these portals. They're very inconsistent in this film. But yeah, Peter gets out and says, "I have to try." And that was insane. And Doctor Strange is fucking completely annihilated by this point. And also, funny thing, because Peter doesn't know how to use the sling ring, and he trapped Strange inside the mirror dimension, he could have potentially left Doctor Strange in the mirror dimension for all of eternity. So that's fun.
Yeah, that's nice.
So what did EFAP think of Peter endangering the multiverse? I think it's fine, actually, because what he wants to do is to save these villains before he sends them back, and it's not going to be a problem unless the spell is let loose. So as long as he has a contingency, which he has with MJ, where he says, just press the button if I don't reply to you, then I think it's fine. I don't really think it's an issue with Peter as a character, him wanting to save these people, and as a last resort just being like, yeah, we're not going to be able to save them, and just press the button. So I think it's fine for his character. I don't think it's fine for Doctor Strange to just be like, their lives don't matter, because that is not Doctor Strange at all. Someone who is a doctor and who was distraught by killing someone in his own film because he's a doctor, because he took the oath. But, who cares about that? It's not like
I was
it's like-
talking with SK the night I saw it. I was like, I legitimately thought that Doctor Strange was Mephisto or some shit. Like he was so out
he
of
was
character.
dead out of character. Yeah, he's insane.
Doctor Strange changed his character like every movie.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
first thing Brit said. But well, I'd say he's mostly consistent in Infinity War as a character. He's incompetent, but he's not like out of character. In Endgame, he's out of character, and then WandaVision, he just not showing up is out of character, and then this is out of character. But
He's the best he's been is his own movie,
film, yeah,
so.
which was a really good film. But well, not really good. It was a good, decent film.
So it's an okay film
Worse
compared
than
to
Captain
everything else.
Marvel.
Oh yeah, compared to most of the MCU, it's great. But compare if it's just on its own, it's like a 6. But yeah, so
Yeah.
Peter grabbed the cube and he's like, "Yo, we gotta save you." And then Norman's like, "Oh, I can help you cure everyone, because I'm something of a scientist myself." Which
My
Something of a
entire
science.
theater clapped. My entire theater clapped.
mine too. I hated it. It was so forced. It was so unbelievably forced. Doctor Strange is
I
I
don't
secretly
think
clapped
anyone
as
had
well.
mine
I
clapped, so-
clapped as well. I applauded that shit.
Yeah, no,
People
that was
danced
super
when he
forced.
said that. I was like, yay.
Out there, you're
That was
betraying.
the exact line, and everything.
My facial expression was the same as Willem Dafoe in my PFP right now.
Yeah,
The
it was
cringe
it,
was
it
too
was
strong.
it was super cringe. Yeah, but then Peter, with all his intelligence, he lets all of them out of their cages because he's that smart. So yeah, he does that.
Yeah, not the useful ones.
CV, your mic is echoing.
Oh, hold up.
Good.
But yeah, Peter's not the smartest. Oh yeah, he also happens to give Ned the sling ring. Because
Oh,
yes, I
yeah.
guess I don't know. He just does. I don't understand why.
There's magic with it.
Yeah, it's super contrived. He just gives it to him for some reason. But yeah,
Also,
Mm.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My big question is, where the fuck are any other sorcerers in all of this?
yeah, because of Endgame, we know there are a bunch of sorcerers, right? So yeah, they just disappeared. I have no idea
Yeah.
what they're doing.
Look, not a single one of them is at this multiverse ending event. Seeing Doctor Strange missing, no Wong.
On that note, probably gonna have to head out now.
How dare
Yeah.
you?
Fucking
That's
yes.
fine, CV. Thank you
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
coming. Been fun.
Thank you for having me on. It
Yeah,
has been great fun.
yeah. I know
This
you love
movie's a
this film, so I'm happy to ruin your experience with it.
This movie is a masterpiece. I'm gonna watch it again this week.
Fuck off.
Goodbye.
Bye. See ya.
For Peter,
His just so that CV's channel is in the description if you'd like to check him out. He does content from time to time, and I don't know exactly how well to explain it because he has reactions but also reviews and whatnot. His video on Crude's show is good, so if you want to check that out, yeah, his channel is in the description. Now, what were you gonna say, John?
Peter getting them out of the cages, he uses his gauntlet thingy, I think.
Mhm.
The Stark Tech thing looks pretty heavy. And why is no one questioning that decision? I think MJ and Ned do question it. The villains so because it means die or go along with
No,
it.
yeah, the villains don't. No, I don't think Ned and MJ do question that decision. They're like, "Are you sure you want to help them? Not, are you sure you're gonna let them out? Letting them out is the issue. Just helping them, I don't think is.
Yeah.
And like, if he actually wanted Norman's help, just bring Norman. I guess you could bring Doc Ock because you have full control over him, but I wouldn't bring any of the others, especially when they're so unpredictable. Which Norman also is unpredictable,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Like someone like Electro or Lizards.
Yeah, no, Lizard and
Or
Electro is
Wanders around.
stupid to bring
You
them.
wouldn't want to leave the lizard on the truck.
Yeah, which is going to be an issue we're going to talk about soon. But now, first off, they go to Happy's house, and Peter's like, "Yo, Aunt May, you sure Happy's going to be okay with this?" And Aunt May's like, "Yeah, no, don't worry, he's not going to care."
Happy.
Yeah,
He's a simp.
yeah. So that's fun, isn't it? That she just
Good.
She just
good
hand-
spoken moron. Bootneck.
yeah. Brit said choose sentences, but
Bootneck's cringe.
I hate how Aunt May is just like, oh yeah, no, he's fine, he won't care, as opposed to just texting him from the truck or calling him or doing literally anything other than just not telling him. She's just using his apartment. He has no clue about it. Which even later on in the scene, he calls Peter. He's like, I just saw the doorbell camera. I just saw, like, who are these people? There's like a guy made of electricity. Who's that mud guy? It's like, just call me and tell me what's happening. And that's all they needed to do. Just say, like, yo, these people from other dimensions showed up. We're going to try to cure them before sending them back. And even if he doesn't understand, at least he knows what the plan is. But, I guess, no, let's just forget that. Because Aunt May is a bitch in this film, and I don't like her. But yeah, they get inside, and then he asks about... And then it's weird, because Peter asks Aunt May about Lizard, and she's like, no, he wanted to stay back in the truck. Or the security in front didn't want to leave him. Anyway, point being, why is Aunt May taking care of Lizard as opposed to Peter? That's insanely dangerous. But also, you wouldn't just leave him in the truck, would you, you fucking morons? You're leaving him alone in a truck. He could just genuinely break out and leave and start killing people, which he does. So, yeah.
Turn them into lizards.
Yeah, it's stupid.
That's all he wants.
Yeah, but then they go inside. They're like, oh, we gotta, we gotta save them all. And Peter gets this machine that is a Stark machine that can build pretty much literally anything, which is insanely convenient and also makes me question how it wasn't used before in other films. Well, it may have been used, but I think it's way too insane of a machine to not use it like all the time when it can build genuinely anything. And it has, yeah, and it has an arc reactor taking care of it as well. So yeah, couldn't Peter make Doc Ock's arms hold Lizard? He could actually, yeah.
I wouldn't, because Lizard might try getting volatile with it and acting like rapidly.
Yeah, I think if you can just keep him calmer, it would be wiser, yeah.
And he could harm Ock.
Which he does not want to happen. Which, by the way, Ock's arms... Oh, we're gonna get to that in the third act, but yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Peter tries to create another chip for Doc Ock to replace it so he can control his arms as opposed to the arms controlling him. And then we have this dialogue with Max and Sandman, which, discounting the fact that Max's personality is inconsistent, I like the dialogue of Max being like, oh, I can just feel the potential here, this a whole new world with new energy, like full of possibilities. And it's like, yes, that makes sense, Max, with your character. Yeah, he it seems like he just doesn't care about being seen anymore, which I think is strange for his character, but yeah. Yeah, so they build this new chip. They say it works. They put on Doc Ock's neck, and then Doc Ock comes back to being Otto as opposed to Doc Ock. And then Peter is retarded because he just gets the nanotech from Doc Ock's arms back into his suit, which now the nanotech is only covering like his chest because he's using the Far From Home suit as opposed to the Iron Spider suit. I don't know why, but whatever. My bigger issue is, why the fuck would you just trust Doc Ock without doing any tests to see if he actually has turned good again? That seems incredibly stupid, Peter.
Like, it could either backfire. This is very experimental.
So can it only make Spider-Man suits, or can it make Iron Spider armors and other things? No, the way they describe that machine is that it can make anything, and that is the machine they use to create the chip for Doc Ock. So it genuinely can create a lot of things. So I don't know exactly. So yeah, that's fun. So yeah, he's stupid about that, and then we have Happy calling him, and then we have a scene where Doc Ock talks to Norman and it's like, hey, we're gonna fix you again. It's like, yeah, fix me. And it's like super ominous because Norman. I think the idea was that Goblin was hiding behind Norman by that point, waiting for a perfect moment to attack, I guess. I don't know. It was,
and then that would raise the question of, why did the spider sense not go off earlier?
Yeah, I don't understand. Why it goes off when it goes off. Yeah, then Peter, with the same Can he make an arc reactor? No, it is... Well, I'm not sure he can. He uses an arc reactor to power itself, so probably, because it would obviously have the materials for an arc reactor if it has an arc reactor to work in itself. So maybe, which means it is a source of infinite energy. That is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, then Electro, what Peter does is he creates a device that attaches to Electro's chest, and it drains all the energy from him, which would make him become human again. Not all the energy, like Peter says, there's like energy you need for your brain to keep working, shit like that, but that's not gonna taken away, just the excess energy, which is, yeah, is the thing he does. And then it's like, oh, so you gotta wait until all the lights light up, and then you're good to go. And I think Max just accepting it until he does is also kind of strange, but yeah, whatever. And then, yeah, Peter has this moment where he has, like, his spidey sense goes off, and he's like, wait, something's happening. And then he webs Norman to something. And Norman starts making this monologue about, you know, power, that Peter just doesn't understand this power, and that's why he wants to take them away. And shit like that. And for some reason, Peter just doesn't web his mouth, because if he did, Max wouldn't agree with Norman. If he doesn't agree with Norman, that's one less villain he has to care about, especially because the machine on Electro's chest was almost complete. So if he had actually just webbed Norman's face, he would have been fine. So yeah, that's fun, isn't it? Green Goblin comes back that moment when Doc Ock references himself. At the same time, Peter's spider sense goes off, so he keeps looking at Norman. Then, yeah, but Norman. Then what's the point of having that ominous moment earlier when Ock talks to Goblin?
He said, he said he's been watching what he has done behind Norman's curly eyes.
Yeah, so I
think
don't know.
I think the Goblin was always like present.
Yeah, which is actually consistent with the ID, but yeah.
And him if he like webbed his mouth, especially because what the Goblin was using was persuasion. From the other villains like Electro, detaching his device before it goes completely green.
Yeah. And then, as Goblin is making that monologue, M.A. grabs the antidote, or what's supposed to be the antidote to fix Goblin, and then Peter's like, run away, May. And then Goblin then Goblin frees himself from the web, and Electro grabs the arc reactor from the machine with his electricity, which just begs the question, Peter, why would you have brought this person who feeds on energy and electricity to somewhere where there is an arc reactor? Are you actually retarded? But yes, as we know, he is retarded. So yeah, now Electro, he took away the device that takes away his energy, and he's using the arc reactor to power himself. And then, Peter tells Aunt May to run away because she has the antidote, and because she has the antidote, that means that Goblin would go after her, which he doesn't, but I'm gonna get into.
Oh, I was gonna say, we've got to mention something. Lizard's fucking retarded line about being, like, how he's acted like a soothsayer.
Yeah.
In the truck, he just acts like he knows that things are about to go down somehow.
Lizard sense, lizard tingle.
And that's why he breaks out of the truck.
So retarded we all went silent.
I feel like Marcus has died. Oh, Marcus
is dead. Marcus needs to take a pee.
Okay. Well, so far as you could tell, this is not your 5 out of 10 film. Like, at all.
Oh, it's a 7 out of 10, actually. Or 6.5.
What else is ish?
Well, maybe I like 6.5% of this movie, and the rest I hate it, so...
It's just... I can't fathom a 5.5.
I don't think you can compare it to like something like the Suicide Squad, even with the plot being messy. I don't think It's much more worse on this example than it is on the other movies. Back.
Like 5 out of 10 for me is Journey's end level of character rating, and it needs to have nearly no flaws, if any.
If the plot is gonna be that broken, yeah. Does
Yeah.
Goblin know May has the antidote? He does, because we see her grabbing the antidote and Peter telling her to run with something in her hand, and he knows what she was doing because she was going inside the room that had the antidote. So yeah, she definitely knows. He definitely knows. Yeah. So yeah, Lizard being a soothsayer was funny. So Electro blasts Doc Ock with some of his energy, and I guess Doc Ock just doesn't die from it. Sure, even though his back hits the wall and breaks it, but whatever. That's consistent with
Well,
Doc Ock just not dying in
Yeah,
Spider-Man 2.
considering
So.
his fight with
Yeah, and in
considering
Spider-Man
his
2, he hits
durability
a
in
moving
Spider-Man
train
2.
head first after falling from a clock tower. So this is, yeah, not that, not as bad. But yeah, he
And
starts
also-
falling. Sorry, go on.
Also, his chip should be fried or his brain should be dead.
Yes, this would be the third time his chip has been fried. With these things attached to his fucking spine. So yeah, he should be paralyzed. He should be brain dead. He should be evil, but he's not evil, as we will know in the third act, which creates an issue in this scene, as I'm going to talk about now, because when Doc Ock falls from the building and he grabs onto it, he doesn't try to help Aunt May or Peter. He just runs away. And now I've seen people say it's because, police is after him, whatever. That won't matter when the one person who can help him, who has the way to bring him back home, is being attacked by Goblin. That also doesn't matter when Doc Ock is known to be a good person who would sacrifice himself for other people. As in by the end of Spider-Man 2, he uses the arms to destroy the fusion reactor, and sacrifices himself because he became good again. In this point, he would obviously 100% help Aunt May and Peter when he knows that Goblin is going after them, and that means they could potentially die. It's completely out of character for him to just jump away for some reason. Yeah. So, after that, Electro, he flies outside of the building with his electricity. I'm people, by the way, that's me. Yeah, don't worry. Oh, hey!
No.
Editron, Column, how you doing?
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
He's gotten out
Hello.
of the icebox.
Yeah.
How is everyone doing?
Doing good. I have been able to prove that this film I hate is bad, so it's been pretty fun.
It's,
I mean-
5 out of 10.
I mean, you didn't
What-
need to pretty prove it. It's pretty fucking bad.
It is, yeah.
Here's the thing. I like this film, but I don't love it. It's fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's so fucking terrible.
Andrew, best
So
character,
where
right,
are
Colin?
we at?
Uh,
I would say he's probably the best written character in the film.
Yeah. Good. Now, when we are is right after Norman turns evil again, and Electro blasts
yay.
Ock out of the building, and Ock just leaves for some reason.
Yeah, when Orc just decides to yeet out of there for some reason.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, what I think is funnier is that when Electro is flying out of the building, Sandman helps Electro get out for some reason, as opposed to
I fucking
helping.
hate Sandman in this film, by the way. I fucking hate.
Yeah, he's assassinated even
I
worse
do
in
not
Spider-Man 3.
fucking understand his fucking motivation throughout the entire thing.
Well, he wants to go home and see his daughter, but actually
Yeah,
no.
exactly. But they don't fucking.
Well, that's the thing, because Electro wants to. He knows it because he was the one who had this dialogue with Electro. Electro wants to stay here and be powerful, but he helps Electro right now in the scene to escape.
Possibilities. Yeah.
It's just like, okay, you shouldn't do that though. You should be trying to protect Aunt May or help Peter because you know they're trying to help you and everyone else get back home. And the easier way to do that is either to help him cure everyone or to just stay with him and trick him that you're helping him. And then when he's with the box, you just steal it and press the button, then you're back home. So, yeah. thought Sandman was stopping him, but just couldn't. No, he was helping him.
No, he was helping for just some reason.
Yeah,
No fucking clue why.
I will show this real quick. Yeah, fucking lizard just runs away. Fuck, I want to pause. Here, all this, like the energy blast and the sand, it's fucking up with the police cars just so they can't follow Electro and him. So yeah, he's helping him for some reason. Yeah, I don't understand what the point of this is, but yeah. So Sandman leaving and not helping Aunt May and Peter, I think is also weird. But also, this will come to, I think, my biggest complaint with a Goblin as a character. He decides to attack Peter rather than to go after Aunt May, seeing as Aunt May has the antidote that would stop him. I don't understand why he does this. I think it is out of character with his motivations in the scene.
What they should have done is have Goblin attempt to go after May, but Peter stops him.
Well, the idea would
And
be he's running after May, but Peter constantly just tries to web him and push him back.
Yeah,
and then you can still have his fight scene, and you can still have the same
That's
dialogue of
really
him trying
not
to
hard to
prove
do.
he's stronger than Goblin. Yeah, it's not hard. But I guess, you know, when you're John Watts, it is hard. When the scene started, I thought it was going to be a fight between Peter, Ock, and Sandman versus Green Goblin and Electro, with Lizard being out due to not wanting to spend that much on CG. That would have made more sense, yeah. But, you know, it does not. But yeah, Goblin fighting Peter, from Goblin's perspective, is good. He has no knife, he has no anything, so he's just punching him. The
It's
issue
just a
comes...
straight out brawl.
Yeah, but the issue comes with Peter not using his webs at all, because as we know, he has 500 web combinations that he just does not use. So yeah.
Taser webs.
Yeah, the taser webs that he did not use in Doc Ock in that fight, by the way. I forgot to mention that. But it did give
That'd
us
be
the
really
best
useful.
Goblin moment in the film, which is this one, when Peter's punching him and he's just laughing. That was
Oh, that was
amazing.
great. I fucking loved that.
Yeah.
Willem Dafoe in this film is fucking great.
Yeah, he genuinely saved the film for a lot for me. But now, what's even funnier, that moment... Wait, let me just get you the actual moment. So there's a moment where they're fighting and Goblin throws Peter out the window. Out the window? No, he throws Peter... Yeah, he... What the fuck just happened?
What the hell was that?
I have no
I
idea.
was sneezing and I almost forgot to mute.
that scared me so much. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't scared. I was just like, what the... What? Someone just yelling?
All right. So Goblin hits Peter and throws him to like the story behind him, and then Peter walks out the window to, like, I think, catch his breath, which I think is fine. And also, after catching his breath, you think, oh, maybe he's probably gonna drop down to help May, because she'd be a lot of levels down as compared to him and Goblin, since they were fighting. So, you know, that's fine. And before he has the chance to, Lizard conveniently appears and grabs him. And wait, what? No, he's climbing up. Why are you climbing up, Peter? Goblin was going down. Wait, I just saw the scene. Are you stupid? Your aunt is going down. Goblin is going down. Why are you climbing up the building? He's actually retarded. What the fuck? Oh, I just realized this issue during the stream. This is hilarious. What? Okay, so he's stupid. That's good to know. But yeah, then Lizard shows up and grabs Peter and drops down a few levels, and then he throws Peter through a window that breaks, and that window just happens to be the exact same level where Norman was. Isn't that convenient? Very convenient.
Yes, it's very quite convenient.
And you know how convenient it is because the only way for Goblin to get to the ground level before Aunt May is if he has Peter and does that, throws him to the ground and jumps on him and starts breaking the floors and going down, like in the Suicide Squad. And the only reason he is able to get to Aunt May before she reaches the ground floor is that. So that is insanely contrived. That is like when in the Suicide Squad, Bloodsport arrives right as Peacemaker's about to kill Ratcatcher 2. I'd say it's less bad, but is still very contrived. But he's a 16-year-old kid. They make mistakes. That is true. He would climb up knowing his aunt is running down the building. That is a normal mistake for a kid to make. But yeah, they reach the ground floor. Norman tries to choke Peter, and then Aunt May uses the antidote on him, and it doesn't work. I'm not sure why, but...
Did they even, try to explain why it didn't work?
No,
No, it
all
just
Goblin
doesn't.
says is that his power is too powerful to stop, so, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, then he does that. Then he calls his glider to hit Aunt May from behind, which it does. But you know what would have been interesting? If when Norman was Norman, he asks Norman, hey, where's your glider, by the way? And then he tells him. And then he goes to the glider and puts some nanotech on it, so he's able to control the glider. Because, as we know, that technology has been established in this film, that nanotech from Peter's suit can control other AIs. And we know Goblin's glider has an AI because he needs to be able to understand his commands. So, yeah. Also, if Goblin doesn't have his suit, which is implied he doesn't, because if he did, then he would have his blade. If he doesn't have his blade, his sleep gas, his bombs. So, yeah. If he doesn't have his suit, he can't control the glider because, as we know from Spider-Man 1, he needs the gloves on his arms to control the glider remotely. So, yeah, I don't understand how he's able to control the glider here through, like, telekinesis. He just can. So, yeah. Aunt May's death is already looking kind of contrived, isn't it? But it's going to get worse. Yeah, so the glider hits Peter. Aunt May. Goblin jumps on the glider, and then Peter, in all his might. Oh yeah, which by the way, he still has some nanotech on his suit, so, which from Doc Ock giving it to him, so he could use it to try to stop Goblin's glider, but he doesn't. And then also Peter gets up, and Goblin's gonna throw a bomb, which Peter just decides not to web the bomb, or to web to web Goblin before he throws the bomb or anything. But whatever. That just happens, and then the explosion happens. I think Peter like contains most of it with like being very close to the explosion and the fact that he was in front of Aunt May. But Aunt May ends up being mortally wounded anyway, and we have a scene where she said, "With great power comes great responsibility," which was really forced, but whatever.
Really forced. Yeah, I didn't like it.
Me neither, but people clapped, so whatever. And
I
then
did not clap.
yeah, and then she falls on the ground, and Peter realizes that she's bleeding, and a lot of people are confused by what she died from. I think it's just the impact that caused her. Yeah, I think the impact caused her to die. And like we don't see the actual wound, but
it really came down to like how it was really short, and it wasn't really like fully clear. And I would have liked if they just maybe focused on like her like specific injuries, just so it made a little bit
the
more
issue I
clear
think
why
comes
she
from
was-
when the glider hits her. We don't see how it hits her because it's a wide shot.
Yeah,
If we
exactly.
had a close up, it would have been better.
Originally, I just thought it like bumped her, like quite like with a bit of impact, sure. But I would have thought the way they would have done it is like kind of like how they did in the end of the first Raimi film, where the blades come out and they stab her or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just something like that. That's what I thought they was going to do, which I think would have been a nice little like tie-in. Nice little
Yeah, because this film
nod.
is really forcing all its references, like when Peter climbs out of the sewer
And that would
he
actually
grabs the
like
sewer
be
thingy.
cool
Yeah.
because we would have like it's instead of Norman getting stabbed, it's what its original target was, intended to do.
Mhm.
So that would have been nice.
Yep, but yeah, I don't understand because it seems like it's like just a small wound on her back. I don't understand exactly how it works.
Yeah.
It's just
Like,
she's mortally
isn't there a
wounded and she dies. So yeah,
Isn't there a shot like where like Peter like grabs
he puts
like
it.
the
Yeah,
back
he
of her
puts his
head,
hand. No, it's
and
on the
then
back
his
of
hand's
her
covered in blood?
hips, I think, or like on
okay.
of her torso.
Okay.
Torso. She put it, and he looks at his hands. It's full of blood. Yeah. So yeah, she dies. The scene itself is good, other than the responsibility line. I think it works as a scene on its own. I think it works pretty well. And then, as Peter is trying to, he's like, "Yo, get an ambulance!" Yelling to the police outside. Not only police, SWAT outside. Happy shows up, and he just drives in front of the SWAT people, which is stupid. But
And they don't
considering-
really do anything other than just point their guns for a long time and then start to get him
Yeah.
out of the car.
Yeah, I think it's fine that he drives in front of it because he just like he arrives at his building, and he knows there
It's
was a
on
bunch
fire,
of
there's a-
weird
yeah.
people in his building, and now everything's exploded. And then he looks and he sees that the woman he loves is dead, so it's fine from his perspective. But the SWAT
But
just
didn't love
waiting
him.
so long is weird. Now, yeah, that is the issue I want to say. So Happy's reaction from his character makes perfect sense, being distraught that Aunt May dies. However, I cannot help but feel like she does not deserve that reaction from Happy, because Happy is
she's
a
a
great guy,
bloody
and she
arsehole.
treated him, she treated him like a bitch. She was using his apartment, she was using him, and she never thanked him. She broke up with him at the beginning of the film with no consideration for how he was feeling. So I do not like this moment for that reason. I think it's very cheap to get Happy's reaction when May clearly did not care about him anywhere near as close as he did about her. So yeah. But yeah, and then Peter Happy yells to Peter, "Yo, run!" because SWAT. And then the SWAT shoot at Peter. And the funny thing is, the one bullet hits Peter, but not actually hits Peter. It hits the leg of the nanotech spider on his chest, which is insanely lucky, because if Doc Ock hadn't given back the nanotech, which he shouldn't have, well, Peter shouldn't have accepted it, because it means he's giving up control of the tentacles, which is stupid, because he doesn't know what is still if the chip is gonna work. That would have meant that the bullet would have hit his gut and potentially could have been a fatal wound. So that's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, if it had
I
shot
don't
his
find that
head
very
or
fun
his
at all.
neck.
Why does Goblin just leave, by the way, when you just keep throwing pumpkin bombs? Well, he threw one, and Aunt May was dead, and he wanted Peter to experience
He
that.
wants Peter to suffer.
Yeah, and then he throws another one to get the
Like, that's
police
the
off his
whole
scent.
motivation with Goblin in the first one. It's like, first we attack his heart.
Yeah, you can see with all the fights between Peter and Norman in this film, he wants to prove to Peter that he's stronger, and that he doesn't need to be cured. He wants to show true power, what true power is. So I think it's fine. And by that point, he was only running after Aunt May because she had the antidote. After she puts the antidote in him and it doesn't work, then I think it's fine for him to just leave and let Peter deal with the fact that she's dead. Yeah. So I also don't think he would have tried to confirm the kill if there are police and SWAT arriving. So because that means that he's putting himself in danger of being shot. So yeah. But yeah, then Happy's like, run. Peter gets shot, except no, and then Peter just teleports away.
Connor's just sent me a picture of a thumbnail of a video we did yesterday. I'm gonna just send the picture of my face. So give me a sec, because it's very funny.
All right.
It'll be very funny. So
Whilst this happens, I do want to tackle an EFAP argument of Spider-Man's age and or experience. Age doesn't matter when you're making severely retarded decisions.
Oh yeah, this reminded me
right.
of is this what you were gonna talk about, the ambulance thing? Not ambulance thing, of not taking Aunt May to the hospital. Because that was an argument they defended with he's young.
Oh, I didn't even know about that argument, but let's...
Oh no, people were saying like, oh, why didn't you take her to the hospital? It was like, she is badly wounded. Taking her while swinging would be very bad for her, I'd say.
Yeah, that would be the argument I would use. It could...
That would be really dangerous.
Well,
to
couldn't
swing her while
you...
she's mortally
Couldn't
wounded.
you web the wound so she doesn't bleed out?
Well,
Still, if it's
she's still moving around a lot, is what we're saying.
Yeah, no, I
It
agree
does-
with that. That was the argument I used to defend it as well. I'm just trying to
Okay.
test if
And
the
if
argument was...
there's any internal injuries, Peter doesn't know about them and he starts moving, it could cause sudden blood flow into areas where it should be all clots.
Mm-hmm.
And it could cause her to go into a certain shock, which
Yeah,
causes
and
stroke.
he yells, get an ambulance here. We need an ambulance. So I think it's fine, from his perspective, to just not, and not staying there, obviously, because he needs to run from the police. So I think it's fine from his character.
But for the lack of experience argument, if they ever try using it, this Peter has the most experience out of them on screen wise.
Yeah, that's true. Andrew's Peter was acting for a year between TASM 1 and 2, so he's been a Spider-Man for a bit over a year. And he started out when he was 17, and he's 18 when that happened. In this film, Tom Holland is 18, but, they criticize Andrew for not being smart enough in certain points in TASM 1 and 2, which are in character for him. But in the MCU films, they're like, you know what? He's young.
The kid.
Yeah, like
He's
Toby, even in
very
Spider-Man 1, he was still in high school, right? So he was 17.
A
Is
couple
it just because
years
Tom
older.
Holland looks youngish? If Tom Holland didn't look that young, you wouldn't make that argument so much.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
For his age, he looks very young, Tom Holland.
Yeah, definitely. Him and Zendaya.
In
Which
the-
is why
in the
Zendaya
first
is such a
scene-
good casting for not only MJ, but Rue and Euphoria.
Yeah, she's pretty great.
She's great.
Yeah,
Um,
she's very great.
TC, I sent you a video on Discord and show no change so to show everyone Goblin's motivation. Sure. I can play the audio. I'm not gonna play the clip just so I don't get copyrighted. It isn't. The clip has no audio.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so TC, the clip has no audio. Sorry, I played it. It has no audio. Oh shit, it does. I just remembered. I muted Discord because I was getting.
Okay, well now it's Marcus's fault, so
But how?
fuck you, Marcus.
The cunning
What a
warrior
terrible
attacks
streamer.
neither body nor mind.
Tell me how! The balls are spawned!
He went
First
silent
we
because
attack
he's so
his
ashamed of
wall.
himself.
For fuck's sake, it's a meme. That was great. Okay.
Have you ever been kicked in
Fuck. Okay, this is a great meme. I will share it on. Fuck. How can I copy the link? I can't. Fuck. But yeah, it's a good meme.
just
I
copy
want
it.
to share it. Well, that's the problem because I need to go on Discord as opposed to.
When you know you
browse
should
the
do,
Discord.
Marcus, you should do better.
I should do better, Senator. Hold on. Copy link here. So what we're gonna do
You
here.
should come over here and
I'm going
Show
to open original if I can. Can I? Because that would help. Oh, I know I can do. Okay, I'm gonna do this. No, this downloads the video. Okay, whatever. Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch this meme. Just everyone, just get to 0, and when I count down, we're going to watch it.
Okay,
All right. I have it open.
I have it.
Okay, it's 0. Now I need to do this. All right. So, are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready.
I'm ready.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, play.
But how?
The cunning warrior attacks neither body nor mind.
Tell me how! The balls are spawned! First we attack his balls! Have you ever been kicked in the balls, Osborne? And I don't mean a sack tap or a gentle graze, Osborne. I mean a kick. Straight to the balls. You taste pennies. Walk funny for a week. Shit sucks.
That was fucking great.
It was great. Thank you, TC. See, that was worth a break in the stream. Alrighty. So yeah, then we have the scene of J. Jonah Jameson in front of Happy's building, being like, "Oh, it's a tragedy. What happened? You know, it's Spider-Man's fault. He causes issues every time he appears." And then we have that shot where Tom Holland is crying in the rain, and it's blue.
Love the
and-
music in
yeah.
the scene.
Yeah, I think
love
it's
the
a. I
soundtrack
think
in
it's a.
general.
like
I think the way the
scene
scene
was-
is shot and the music and everything, the acting. I think it's.
Though when the
one
first
of the
shot
best
comes
scenes.
up from like the massive Titantron thing to like showing Peter, is it just me or does it look very much like from a video game? I don't know why.
Not really. It reminded me
Which
of
part?
Blade Runner 2049 simply because rain and being
the rain,
color,
and
yeah, the purple
contrast with
color,
the
yeah.
TV.
yeah,
I don't
and
know, it just reminded me of something. It just
the
reminded me
shot
of
is
like
cool as well.
Spider-Man PS4. I don't know why.
Yeah, but yeah, this scene is fine. Peter is grieving. The May's death is being taken seriously, and he thinks it's all his fault, which is good, as we'll see, because it leads to the best scene in the film in like 15 minutes. So yeah, where'd you get that vid from, TC? He just sent me it. Oh yeah, you're asking TC. I'm retarded. It's because you didn't put a comma. It's your fault, JM. You had to put a comma to show vocative. But yeah. So then we cut to Ned's house, where MJ's like, "I'm just gonna press the button because yeah, we're fucked." Then Ned's like, "No, don't press the button," even though it would make sense for her to press the button considering what Peter said. But I think it's fine for Ned not to want to press the button because they want to believe in Peter, as like, he's gonna be able to pull through no matter what. So I think it's fine for them not to want to press the button until Peter tells them to. And then fucking Ned waves his hands. Is like, I just want to
wish we
know.
could see him.
I just wish we could see him, as in reference to Peter. And then some sparks show up in front of him because I guess because he still has the sling ring on his fingers, and I guess he hasn't tried to use it until now, which I don't know why. But then the big issue is like, MJ's like, do that again. And then he says, oh,
Find Peter Parker.
yeah, tell me where Peter Parker is. I want to see Peter Parker. And then he manages to open a portal to Peter Parker.
Wow.
It is Andrew's Peter, but the bigger thing here is, how the fuck is he able to do this? Doctor Strange, if you remember Doctor Strange,
here's
the
the thing,
film.
Marcus. Off screen, during those 4 months, Ned was having like intense like training
To become a
with
sorcerer.
like to become a sorcerer. So it's this little Easter egg that they
That's
put
yeah.
in,
That's why Wong was
for
having
this.
to teleport away from Sanctum Sanctorum. He was teaching Ned how to be a
I was
sorcerer.
teaching Nav.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ways of I don't know, summoning a portal, which they literally explain in Doctor Strange that you have to visualize what you want.
Yeah. Doctor
and
Strange.
focus
So the
purely
thing
on
with
it.
Doctor Strange is you need to believe that you can do it, which Ned definitely doesn't. He doubts himself. Which means that the sparks wouldn't be able to occur anyway. But also he needs to have a clear picture of what he wants. So he opens this portal to Andrew's Peter. So how does he have a clear picture of that? He does not. It is impossible for him to have a clear picture of that. And also, he's not in a situation like Doctor Strange was, where he had 2 minutes to live and he needed to open it, and that's how the Ancient One got him to open the portal, which is, by having him having a situation so intense and so hopeless that Doctor Strange would believe in himself that he would be able to open it. So yeah, fun. So Ned just opening the portal from the get-go makes no sense. Then they open it and it's Andrew. So now, a couple things. Firstly, I guess now you can just use these portals to teleport to anyone anywhere in the universe, because you can just say,
Oh, man,
find
it's
me.
super easy.
Yeah, so
Or
imagine
you
if
could
Doctor
do
Strange
all
said,
the hidden
find
portals.
me Captain Marvel. Oh, okay. Hey, Captain Marvel, we need help. Okay. Find me Falcon. Find me Winter Soldier.
You know, we're really awesome. In an Infinity War, after they lose, or maybe Strange, or I don't know, could say, using his thing, like, find me Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
Find me.
And then they can go and
Kang.
do the plan again. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
And
all
also,
of them being stuck
when
in
they get
Titan now
there-
is broken. So the beginning of
when they
Endgame
get
makes no
there,
sense.
all the Avengers would be there, and that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
don't know.
Kinda, yeah.
And that's just a thought.
Ridiculous.
That's just a thought I've had.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a theory.
Dominic super chatted saying, would this mean that during Endgame and Infinity War, Strange could have brought in multiple Thors or Captain Marvels from across multiverses, if even Ned can do
Yeah,
this?
they actually
So
they
the
actually say
idea
in Doctor Strange, involves the multiverse.
Wait, it does?
But there was a line. In
Oh
the
yeah,
clip I saw
yeah. There
to do with
the well,
polls.
so yeah, this film kind of contradicts that. This and
Oh,
Loki.
does it?
Loki
Shocking.
contradicts it first. Actually, the idea is multiverses. The power from the sorcerers is taken from like different universes. It's what the Ancient One says. But in Loki, they're like, no, other universes cannot happen because TVA. So yeah, it makes no sense. But so I don't think he would have been able to call from other universes, because Andrew's Peter and Toby's Peter, they are in the MCU. They just happen to be from other universes. But we're gonna get into an issue regarding Ned being stupid once again soon enough. But yeah, the idea is that Doctor Strange could have just teleported the Guardians here, could have teleported Thor, Captain Marvel,
Yes.
Hulk, everyone to help them during this time where the multiverse is at stake, which isn't even necessary, because like I said earlier, he could have just done the spell without actually imprisoning all the villains and waiting until the next morning. So the entire film just shouldn't happen anyway. But yeah. Doctor Strange floats over volcano. Find me Thanos. GG easy. That is actually a good point. Yeah.
Exactly. Just this whole find me X or Y is kind of overpowered.
A bit, yes.
Just a bit.
Yeah, and then
And that's
Andrew comes out of the
really
portal,
annoying.
and yes, we have Andrew as Peter in this film, and
Would have been so hard to it just be connected to their spider sense, and like what they fucking do is into the Spider Verse.
yeah, where they find each other because where Gwen
Oh,
goes after Miles
so-
because of the Spidey sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're like that universe is Peter Parker. As soon as he meets Miles, is like, you're like
You're
me.
I thought I
Like
was the
because he
only one.
senses it,
Mhm.
and that wouldn't be. I'm so angry.
Well, the idea, it's funny even because Toby was like, "Oh, I was looking for your Peter, for your friend, because I have this idea that he needs my help. I have this feeling that he needs my help." It's like, "Oh, okay, so just have him find Tom then. You don't need to have
Have
him
him-
being teleported by Ned through a fucking sling ring.
And it wouldn't be as like, it'd be a bit easier, like considering how Peter, everything on the news right now, especially what just happened with Peter and Aunt May, he would especially now try to find him because he knows what he's going through. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be, yeah. Just there's so many things they could have done way better, and just not included his ability
Yeah.
into the portals.
Yeah, but now Andrew is part of the film. His dialogue is good in the scene. I like it. I think it's fine. MJ is skeptical of him being Spider-Man, which I don't know.
Right.
I think it's weird, but also she kind of
I
wants. She
feel
kind of
like
needs verification.
You never know. There could be a universe of an evil Spider-Man or something. I'm fine
Yeah.
with her wanting
Yeah.
to be sure.
Yeah, wanting to be sure. Yeah, and Ned being obviously saying everything is like, oh, we have magic here.
Because
But
Ned's because Ned's so smart.
he is. I do like the dialogue here where Andrew is like he's getting all excited because he realized that he already realized it was in a different universe, and like he's thinking about that scientifically how it could work, and that fascinates him. And then Ned says there's magic, and he's like, oh shit, there's magic, and he gets excited as well. I was like, yeah, that's fun. That's in character. I like that. But then they kind of overdo it because Andrew he jumps to the ceiling to prove that he's Spider-Man, and then MJ's like, he crawl around, and it becomes a joke where Lola's like, yo, take that cobweb out of the fucking corners, please. And then he climbs up and does that, and it seems like way too much, but whatever. The tone of this film is really cringe. But anyway, after Peter drops to the ground again, after he was on the ceiling, the portal where he came through closes by itself. Isn't that interesting? Find that interesting.
Yeah, no, it just randomly closes.
Yeah, just
'Cause,
keep that in-
now scene's done. That bit's done.
Yeah, just keep that in mind. We're not done with it yet. So yeah, then Ned tries to open the portal again, and he opens one for Toby, and it shows up behind him. I have no idea why. But yeah, Toby
Yeah,
shows
no
up,
idea.
and he's in normal clothes as opposed to Andrew, who was in Spider-Man clothes, which fine as well. And Toby had his Spider-Man clothes in the.
Supposedly he has his,
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
he
he has
did a
a
lot in the
uniform.
Raimi trilogy, so that's
Yeah.
consistent with his character.
Yes, it is. That's fine. Yeah, he shows up, and then there's a moment he tries to web Andrew, and Andrew tries to web him, and it's like they're kind of scared by each other, but then they realize, oh, we're like each other, and I think that's neat. And then Toby's like, yo, I have been looking for your friend from the news because I want to find out that Peter Parker, and I know you're his friends. And then he asks, is there a place where Peter usually goes, so they can go talk to him? And then MJ's like, yes, there is, which is the rooftop, and there's cool. But now, a few questions. First, why does Ned not keep trying to open portals to more Peter Parkers? The more Peter Parkers they have, the easier it's going to be to fight against villains. He doesn't try it never again because he's stupid. Now, let's say he tried it, but there were no more Peter Parkers in this universe. That means he would open a portal to his Peter Parker, to Tom Holland, which means they don't need to know if there is a place
They
where he
don't
would hide.
actually need to. They literally can just say find Peter Parker, and eventually they would find Tom.
Yep.
So
And at worst, they'd create an army of Peter Parkers to help them, which is not an issue at all. So, yeah.
wow, just
Wow, more empowered people
Yeah.
who want to help us. That is terrible. But yeah, they do that, and then they go to the rooftop, where we have the best scene in the film. MJ and Ned go, and
I
they
liked it.
hug Tom Holland, and then, Toby says, I'm sorry about MA, and then Andrew's like, yeah, I kind of have some knowledge about what you're going through, and then Tom Holland says, don't say that you understand what I'm going through, and Andrew looks sad, which is great, because Gwen, and then he says, Tom says that someone his aunt died, and it was all his fault, and there was nothing he could do, and then Andrew says that he let Gwen die, and that it was his fault, and that since then he's become more violent and stopped pulling his punches, and that he doesn't want that same thing to happen to Tom Holland. And Toby talks about how his uncle died as well, and he tried to hunt down the person he thought killed him, and when he did, and he got what he wanted, which was that person killed, but it didn't make it any better. It didn't make him feel better, which is a really nice scene, just all around. And then they say they want to help Peter to cure the other villains, which they do, and then they go to a lab to make a serum and shit like that too. Oh yeah, Stryke just left. So yeah, also Stryke, his channel's in the description if you guys want to check out. He makes some awesome animations. He is really cool. He also made the ECUM 25 outro, which I did not show live because it was not finished by then, but it's on his channel and I highly recommend you check it out. Yeah, so Andrew and Toby, they're like, yeah, we're gonna help you, we're gonna fix these villains. And then they go to this lab and Andrew's like, yo, fixing Lizard, I already know how to do that because I already created a serum for him before, which I think is a good moment as well.
That's fine.
Yeah, and then we have them starting to work on this shit, and then we have a moment where Ned asks for Toby, did you have a best friend? Do you have a best friend? And then Toby's like, did. He's like, did? Yes. He died in my arms after he tried to kill me. So.
Not true at all, but okay.
Yes. So I don't care if you consider Spider-Man 3 to be canon or not to this continuity, because either way, I hate this line. Personally,
I really hate it.
Yeah, it is, because it wouldn't change anything other than this not becoming a joke. It wouldn't change anything if Peter had said that his friend died after sacrificing himself to help him. It would make this...
That'd be way more impactful.
Yes.
And I fucking, like, when that happened, when I watched it in the theater, I was like, what are you doing? Why are you making it hard?
I literally said out loud that is not what happened. Yeah, which is like, okay, so even if Spider-Man 3 isn't canon, you could have just made it consistent with that continuity, and then you wouldn't be just disregarding the entire arc that Harry went through. And like, it just makes it way harder for me to connect with these characters when I don't know what they happened.
I don't want to make it just say he died and it was my fault or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like he blames himself for that, or just something, anything else other than after you tried to kill me.
Yeah, and the issue is as well, it's not only that, but they make a joke out of it, which for some reason people in my theater laughed before Ned's reaction. They laughed during the dialogue.
Exactly, I had the exact same thing. People laughed at when, like, Toby said, after he tried to kill me.
Me
too. People in my theater, for some reason, thought that was a joke.
Yeah, in my theater too,
no fucking clue
is
why.
stupid, because the joke obviously is Ned's reaction, not what he said.
Yeah, that's fine.
The reaction comes afterward.
People laughing at Ned's reaction, especially in the bit after. Like, of course he's gonna be a bit awkward after that, because he considers himself Peter's best friend.
Yes, and then the issue as well is that I think this is a huge missed opportunity to have Toby and Andrew talk about their Harrys, especially considering Harry in TASM 2 became Goblin because of him. He injected it with the serum. Well, not exactly because of him, but Peter would blame himself, especially because
there's a good chance for
Harry blames himself.
Character development.
Yes, you can actually have him saying that he injected himself with the same thing that I made him become Spider-Man, and he became a monster. And Toby's like, yeah, but it's not too late, is it? It wasn't late for my Harry, or some shit like that. It's like, oh, character.
If you can even just have, like, if you don't want to go for like a extra couple of minutes, you can simply have Toby say, my friend Harry Osborn, and you cut to Andrew just kind of looks at him and then looks down.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, something a little more subtle.
You could
it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, and then you don't even have the dialogue. You need to have the dialogue from Andrew, and you can still have the joke that is Ned's reaction. So
exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, the only reason why they made Toby say it differently, say that he died after trying to kill him, is because they wanted Ned's reaction to be funnier. Because if they say he tried to sacrifice himself, then that means that he didn't. That isn't implying that he turned against Toby. And Toby wouldn't just say that he turned against him. So they want him to be like, oh, he tried to kill me, to have Ned be awkward, because he's like, oh shit, he turned against his best friend. Oh shit, can that happen to me? And that is the joke, which I think is really not great. A great way to write comedy, but whatever. Yeah, and then we have a scene with MJ and Peter, and she's like, yeah, no, you gotta help him, whatever. Oh yeah, and one moment that I really like is when Toby, he talks to Tom, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna make the serum to cure Goblin. And Tom looks at him, and Toby's like, we're gonna cure everyone, right? Because like he doesn't want Tom to go down the path of wanting to get revenge on Goblin.
What they do.
Yeah, which in the scene in the rooftop, Tom does say, "I want you to kill him. I want you to make him pay." So yeah. And then they have and then Toby and Andrew have a small scene where where Toby asks if he has someone, and Andrew
I
says
like the
no.
scene a lot.
Yeah, Andrew says he doesn't have time for Peter Parker stuff, and then Toby says, "Oh, you never know." And then Andrew asks if he has someone, and Toby says, "It's a bit complicated, but we made it work," which is consistent with the Raimi trilogy and is a good line, and it actually gives him a bit more depth, which is pretty much all the depth we're going to see from Toby because he has no character beyond this point. So yeah, that's fun. But it also, perfectly makes sense with Andrew just focusing completely on being Spider-Man and not being able to get another relationship after Gwen, considering everything that happened in TASM 2. So I like that too. So yeah, Andrew, easily the best character in this film. And then there's a moment where Ned is like, "Oh yeah, I'm magical now. I can open portals." And
Dude, I've got Doctor Strange magic.
Very fun. And then let's see. Oh yeah, and then wait, is there something else? Oh yeah, they didn't have the joke about the organic webs from Toby, which I think is fine, but a bit overplayed when they do like, "Does web come out of you from anywhere else?" I thought that was like the most obvious joke ever, and it felt just they did it simply for the meme, but whatever. It is consistent at least that both Andrew and Tom would like question him about it because like just scientifically they would be curious, and that is consistent with their character.
Yeah.
And then after this, Peter goes to the Daily Bugle and he streams himself being like, "Yo, villains, I tried to kill you before, but I didn't, so let me fix you and come to the Statue of Liberty so we can do this." And so here's a quick question. Do you guys know what the Statue of Liberty is made out of?
Copper.
Copper.
Copper, right, yeah. So, do you know what Max's abilities are?
Electricity and copper's
electricity.
conductor.
Yes. So copper is a material that is a very good conductor for electricity. So why would you choose the Statue of Liberty to do this?
If you wanted to die.
Now, fun fact, in the third act, there's a moment where Max shocks the Statue of Liberty and electricity curses through it. Now, at that moment, would you care to have a guess who's inside that statue and who has been cured from his superpower?
Some guy
Sandman.
called Flink Marco.
Right, so he's dead because he cannot survive being electrocuted
That's
inside
fine.
that.
It's fine because it's all it is actually Spider-Man 3 footage morphed into a humanoid, so he's fine.
Of course, he's not actually there. Yeah. But yeah, then Peter's like, "I could have killed you, but I didn't, and I have the box. So if you wanna go back home, if you wanna fight me, you just come here." And then they do. So now the question is, Statue of Liberty. Do you guys know where that is?
It's
Staten Island,
what's the
whatever
island?
it's called.
Yeah, Staten Island.
I know that because I just been watching the Punisher.
yeah, it is
And there was a scene with it.
Yeah, it is on an island. I'm pretty sure it's Staten Island. I'm not certain. It is an island. So, of all the characters who can get there, we know that Sandman can fly. We know that Max can fly with his electrical abilities. Goblin has his glider, and we know that Lizard can swim because, well, he's a lizard, and we've seen Tasm
He's a
One.
fucking
So,
lizard.
Doc Ock, how does he get there?
He flies clearly with his
He turns his arms into a helicopter.
like
Okay.
in Star Wars Rebels.
Yeah, genuinely, he just gets there somehow. And it's not like it's not.
It's not like he died to drowning or whatever. I don't know.
No.
Well,
So
whatever.
the funny thing is, you know what's funny? What's
What is
even funny? Because it's not like it's inconsequential. He's literally the person who stops Max. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
saves, I believe it's Toby and Andrew.
it was Andrew only that he was holding, but yeah, he saved.
No,
Andrew.
wasn't he? No, he was holding Toby. I swear. As
No,
well.
he hit Toby, but he was not holding Toby. Toby was
Are
fighting.
you sure? Because
Toby was
'cause
fighting
Toby
Goblin
was-
at that point.
well, I swear Toby says like, "I don't know."
Oh no.
I
Who's
swear that
who's
happens.
holding? No, who's holding? Toby is Otto. But Electro is never holding him.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
he was
fine.
about to hit Electro, but then Ock grabbed him and Andrew.
Right.
he uses his tentacle blade to sling himself. Or there are some pretty funny answers to how he could get there. Like, he could have gotten on the Staten Island ferry, which is hilarious considering, you know, everything about its security and how that became a huge point for SK in his
No, he
homecoming
actually
video.
he just drove it.
He just drove. He
it.
took over as the driver. Yes. Or, you know, he obviously, because he has octopus arms, he's an octopus, so he can just swim there. So that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
It's
he
not
used
like they're
the
metal or
tentacles as
anything.
gliders. Yeah, there's plenty of ways you could get there that are funny, but not at all accurate. But then we have a scene where Toby, Andrew, and Tom talk as they're on the, like, this construction thingy around, I forgot what the name of it is, but yeah, construction thing around the Statue of Liberty, because in the MCU they're adding a Captain America shoe to the Statue of Liberty, which is something I will use to point out something later on in the film, a joke that does not work, but we'll get to that. So yeah, they talk about some shit. I think it's really forced dialogue for a lot of it. Like with the my back reference for Toby, I thought that was way too forced. It's like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I liked it.
I guess it's because they continue it with being like, Andrew, like, oh, you want me to crack it, and they continue. It's like,
Yeah, and I
okay,
liked that. It was just a nice little bonding moment they had.
I do not like that, but I think it gets worse when
Oh,
Tom asks, "Oh, what villains have you fought?" And it's like, Tom is like, "I'm lame. I never fought an alien." And first off, I don't think he would ever say he's lame. I think he would look sad, but I don't think he would say he's lame. I think that is out of character for him. But also, the dialogue where Toby's like, "No, you're amazing. You're amazing. Repeat with me. You're amazing." That was very forced and went on for way too long, and it did not help develop any of these characters beyond, yes, Andrew has not fought an alien, yet he wants to fight an alien. So yeah, I did not like this moment. I thought it was simply for the fan service of 3 Spider-Man talking, as opposed to actually having anything of substance for it. Like, Andrew asks if Toby has had like spider block from his webs coming out of his arms, and he said, "Oh yes, once when I had an existential crisis." Like, oh, hey, you're referencing Spider-Man 2, isn't that fun? Yeah, it just seemed way too forced as opposed to actually having character, but whatever. And then Electro shows up. And this is where the fight becomes, well, the film becomes insane, where this fight, every time they're fighting one villain, the other villains just simply disappear, which is hilarious. And yeah, so their plan was, they're gonna lure all of these people here to the Statue of Liberty to be able to fight them and cure them, because they have all the cures set up around the Statue of Liberty. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna have the cube with them and then send it to MJ and Ned through a portal, and then Ned's gonna close the portal. However, Ned does not know how to close the portal, and so it remains open for the entirety of the fight. So, a couple of things Ned could have tried to do. One, open a different portal, because that seemed to work with Andrew and Toby. Another thing, take the sling ring off your hand. He does not try to do that. Another thing, just kind of say, I want this portal to be closed or something like that. I don't know, because the other portals closed immediately, Toby and Andrew's. And so this portal not closing immediately, or not immediately, automatically, is stupid. Really stupid. So yeah. Also, when Doc Ock is holding Electro, why didn't Electro just phase out, just establish thing he can do? I don't understand either. He just let Doc Ock put the fucking inhibitor on him. I don't understand that. Really.
I don't know why Electro just like said, "Oh, go away, Ock," even though Electro is aware that Doc was like fixed, quote unquote. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because at that moment I thought, well, Tom was super stupid for just taking back the nanotech, because obviously the chip hasn't worked. But it's like, oh no, it has worked, and he saved Electro. So I think it's fine that he tricks Electro. I think it's like, yeah, if you pretend to be bad, and Electro's gonna be like, okay, so he is, a bad person. So the bigger issue is how the fuck did Doc Ock get to the island? But yeah, then Ned keeps trying to close the portal. He can't. And then they have this fight, which it's hard to break down the choreography, so I'm just really not going to. There are a few moments, though, that I want to point out. There's a moment that Lizard has Andrew under him, and instead of using his claws, he tries to bite his head off. And this is not like TASM 1 anymore. By this point, he does not want Peter to join in his crusade. He wants simply to be able to go back home or to impede himself from going back. I actually don't know what he wants, because if he goes back home, he's gonna be cured because Max told him that. But if he doesn't go back home, he's not gonna be able to finish what he started. So I don't know. I think he wants to go back home. Not certain. Point is, he would want to kill Andrew in this moment, as opposed to in TASM 1, when there are points in the film where he does not want to. So, and especially, you know, it's clear that he wants to kill Andrew because biting his head off is, you know, deadly, but he doesn't try to use his claws. He just tries to bite his head off, which is stupid. And then the bigger issue in this entire scene is Flint Marco, who, can any of you guys understand what the fuck he's doing in the entire scene? Like, what his goal is?
I don't know his goals in any of this film.
Spinning around,
Like, genuinely,
having fun.
genuinely, what he wants is to go back and see his daughter, which, you know, fair enough. That is a fair motivation.
I
That is
don't
consistent
care.
with Spider-Man 3. Yeah, exactly. So there's this moment where Tom, I think it's Tom, he's like, yo, bruh, or we can help you. We're gonna cure you. I'm gonna send you back. He's like, I don't care. It's like, what? You do care. That's what you want,
You
you
should,
moron.
though.
Yeah.
You should absolutely care.
I do not understand. Can we talk about how awful Andrew's suit looked in that scene with Lizard and just the action scenes? Yeah. The Andrew's suit looked really bad, the CGI. When it was practical, it looked fine. The CGI was shit. And I think that's hilarious because TASM 2 came out 7 years ago and it looks a million times better than this film. But whatever. I mean, even TASM 1 looks better. And I hate Lizard in this film. Oh, yeah, I don't think I've mentioned Lizard enough in this film, but he's really strange. First, his voice is really off-putting because it's normal Riz Ifans' voice, as opposed to having any effects on it, like TASM 1 did, where it sounded super imposing and intimidating, especially the moment where he's like, Paul Peter Parker. In this film, he's like, no, it just sounds like Riz Ifans, so that's fun. Secondly, his design looks disgusting, and the CGI is way worse than in TASM 1, a film that came out 9 years ago, so that's fun. And then let's see what else. Oh yeah, his character seems really out of character. He just seems to he seems like he has no actual goal in this film. Like I said, I don't understand what he's doing, and I just really don't understand what was the point of having him instead of having Harry from TASM 2, as in Dane DeHaan. It would have fit the story this film's going for way better. So I do not understand that one bit. But yeah, then they fight and they're like, yo, we can't fight together. This is hard. And then like they end up like fucking each other while fighting because of it. Like there's a moment where Tom spins the web and then Andrew trips over it as he's swinging. And then as Andrew does that, he is falling and then he webs Toby's face. And it's like, oh, okay. So they do not know how to work together. And then they have this talk between Tom, Andrew, and Peter inside the building thingy, where they're like, you know, we don't know how to work together. We don't know how to work on a team. And Tom's like, oh, I know how to work on a team. I don't want to brag, but I have worked with the Avengers. Yeah. And then Toby's like, that's great. What's that? And Andrew is like, the Avengers, is that a band? And so here comes the issue. Toby has been looking for Peter, right? He has been watching the news to look for Peter. So, Toby, how do you not know who the Avengers are? And now, Andrew hasn't specifically been looking for Peter, so it's fine if he didn't know. But when they got to the Statue of Liberty, they see a shield on it being built. Hey, Tom, or, you know, Peter 1, why the fuck is there a shield on the Statue of Liberty? Oh, they didn't ask that. So, what? Like, they should know who the Avengers are. So that joke, despite me thinking it was funny at first, I do not think it is anymore, because it is built on making no sense at all. So that's fun. I like that. But yeah, Peter's just like, yo, we got to coordinate our attacks and choose one villain at a time. And then they start doing it, and it starts working. So then Toby cures Flint Marco inside the Statue of Liberty. Wait, I think he's the first one, right? Because I'm trying to skip.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to see when MJ falls, because that is the next big thing to talk about, I guess. Yeah, so
I think they're pretty much all cured at that point, aren't they?
I think so. I think it was only Goblin left. Yeah,
Because they all cure them and then
Goblin.
Goblin shows up. And
Which is
that's then
stupid,
when
yeah.
she falls.
I don't understand why Goblin shows up last when he can fly.
Yeah, I have no idea. He was just like, he just wasn't around apparently.
Yeah. And then oh yeah, Andrew, there's a moment where he webs up Lizard, and Lizard takes way too long to get free from it, when in TASM 1 he got free from it way faster. So that was weird, but okay. Right, and there's this moment, yeah, where Tom throws to Toby the thing to cure Sandman, and they're inside the Statue of Liberty, and then he does, and then we finally see Thomas Hayden Church. And it is a reuse shot from Spider-Man 3.
Yes, very apparent. I noticed it like straight away,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm really surprised it hasn't been talked about more.
This doesn't excuse the CG itself, but to be fair, Marvel uses the same studios for all their films, I believe so. The VFX artists have got to do like 3 films at the same time as the artists on TASM 1 and 2. Oh no, the VFX artists for the MCU, they're insanely overworked. And if you've researched anything about Black Panther, there's a reason why that film looks so bad. I don't think it's not because just like of laziness. It's because of how they rush these VFX companies that do the VFX.
Just don't have enough time.
Yeah, they don't have enough time, which is not a good business model if you want actually the best products. But clearly, people don't care, so whatever. Yeah, there's this moment where they all try to attack Electro, and they attack him one by one. And I thought it was stupid that Andrew, being the last one, tried to attack him again when Max, Tom jumped at Max, Max punched him, and then Toby jumps at Max, and Max punched him. And like Andrew, I was like, please don't jump at him, and he did. And I'm like, are you stupid? You just saw 2 Spider-Man jump at him and be fucked. But whatever. And then we have a reuse shot from TASM 2 where Electro is holding Peter in the air with his electricity. It is the only difference is that the electricity is a different color, but it is a reuse shot. I could tell immediately because I have watched TASM 2 a gazillion times, as people know.
I was able to tell as well.
Mm-hmm. Go to sleep. See you, TC. Been fun having you here. And for making us watch that wonderful meme. I wonder what would happen when every franchise runs out of fan service to Django. Yeah, I don't know. Would you say something, Brit?
You know who else is going to sleep?
You.
Me, if I keep being on the stream, so I'm gonna go.
Alright, Brit. I would say been fun, but you haven't said anything, so it has been.
Oh, yeah,
I've said more than you have
about
this entire stream. I hope that makes you feel bad.
You still said more than 10, so that's fine.
Yeah,
true.
I've been editing and stuff, so whatever. Anyway,
At least it's been
Stryke says
productive.
I'm gonna
See you, Brit. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Boy. Yeah, Brit.
And now we have Stryke back.
Brit, yeah, Stryke has returned. Brit's channel is in the description. He makes very good videos. He made a critique of Crimes of Grindelwald in 3 parts. That is in his channel. I recommend watching. And he's working on an Us review that will be great because it's Brit and he's hilarious and that film is shit. So I recommend just keeping an eye out for that. So yeah.
But you love us.
Yeah. Also, hey, Stryke, how you doing?
You love us.
I-
Or you hate us.
I neither. But
No.
yeah. So then Doc Ock shows up and he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna go." Wait, is this when? Oh yeah. So yeah, Doc Ock shows up and he grabs Andrew and Toby and he's like, "Yo, leave him to me, Max." And he's like, I'm gonna kill him." But then he grabs the Max's cure out of Andrew's hand and puts it on Max and takes the arc reactor away. And Max does nothing because he's stupid for some reason. So yeah, I don't.
Max kind of forgot that Doc Ock turned good.
Well, that issue I think is fine because it's just a Doc Ock tricking him, and I think it's easy for Max to believe that the chip didn't actually work. And also, Max did electrocute Doc Ock, which was what caused this original chip to stop working. So Max has more reason to believe than anyone else that the chip would have stopped working. The issue more comes from, yes, the chip shouldn't be working. Doc Ock getting to the island makes no sense, and Max not doing anything when he notices that he is the thing is being placed on his chest is happening. So yeah. So yeah, then he cures Max, and then oh yeah, what happened before this was Lizard was running towards the portal because the portal couldn't close because contrived reasons. Then Ned and MJ run away and Tom tries to fight the lizard, and Tom and then Zendaya and MJ and Ned try to run through the construction around the Statue of Liberty, which I think is stupid because it is way more dangerous to be there than to try to run down the building they were in that is the lab they're in. Like, couldn't they just run out and go to the streets? That would be way worse, way safer than to be in a place where they know there are like 5 villains after them, but whatever. So they do that, and Doc Ock saves Max, cures Max, and then there's a moment where Lizard tries to attack. Is it Toby? Is it Toby who cures him?
No, I think it's Tom.
Oh, Tom, right. Yeah, Tom is the one who cures Lizard. He puts the anti-serum inside his mouth, and for some reason the antidote is green, like the smoke is green instead of blue, which makes no sense because in 2001 it was blue when it was the antidote.
Yeah, I was surprised when it was like green.
I was like, wait, did he just
wasn't.
make the wrong one? Because, yeah, but whatever. That made no sense, but who cares? And then Goblin shows up finally. Oh, wait, not Goblin. Yeah, Ned is trying to portal away. And as he does, he accidentally opens a portal to Doctor Strange. And Doctor Strange is like, I have been in, the Grand Canyon for 12 hours. So, what? It makes no sense. So first off, didn't Ned just happen to open a portal to the mirror dimension that freed Doctor Strange by accident? Or has Doctor Strange been freed, but he doesn't know how to get to the Statue of Liberty, which is even stupider. He could just fly there. He has a cape that flies. And also, how has it been 12 hours if Spidey's webs usually, I think it was, I don't remember what film it was in the MCU that established it, but his webs dissolve in 2 hours. I think it was Homecoming. So
Yes.
how is it 12 hours? None of this makes sense.
No clue.
Yeah, this makes absolutely no sense. But, it keeps Doctor Strange out of the film for most of it, which the writers understood should be a good choice because, yeah. And then he's like, give me the cube. And they're like, no, his plan is working, so wait. And then Doctor Strange does wait. And then we have a moment where Andrew talks to Max, and it was one of the best moments in the film, though I think it was way too rushed. It feels like they cut it with like a third of the conversation still having to happen. But basically, Max is like, oh man, I grew up in the slums, and seeing you stand up for us and try to save us, it was always very empowering. I thought you would be black. And maybe there'll be a black Spider-Man someday, which I think is a nice line for Max as a character, because he wanted because as a character who wants to be seen, he wanted to see himself in the hero he looked up to, which is Spider-Man. Which is why I think it makes perfect sense to him to think that Peter would be black, as someone who defends the values he believes in, defends the shit that people like him go through. And yeah, I think it's a nice line. But the dialogue doesn't continue, so it just seems very, like, it cuts off halfway through. Like I said, like a third of the conversation still seemed like it had to happen, where Andrew, like, he talks more to Max and is like, you are seeing Max, you're important, or something like that, and they just don't have that, which I thought was weird. Like, the only thing they have is Max saying, like, I'm a nobody, and Andrew's like, you're not a nobody, and then they just move on from that. So that was strange, but that was also a nice moment, and I think it does justice to Max as a character, even though I don't think he's good in this film, or great at least. I think he's decent. I think as a character, he's in character. I think his personality is out of character, and I think he's incompetent, but I do think he is mostly okay with, like, his arc. So I think that was fine. And then we have a scene where Doc Ock sees Andrew and he's like, yo, you're old. And he's like, yeah. And yeah, that was the scene. I don't know. People really like this conversation between them. I really don't understand. For me, it feels cheap. It's just like, yes, these two characters, they have met each other and they talk to each other. Okay.
I don't understand either. If they wanted to do an emotional payoff, that seems to be finally like, I don't know, people with a common ground. You feel it more fit for Norman and Peter, because Peter always wanted to save Norman, and he was a bit of a father figure in some way.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, you could argue that Ock is also a bit of a father figure, but I don't think it's as much as Norman. And they just don't have anything between Toby and Norman. Like, yeah, Toby saves Norman, and I think that's
Yeah, that
meaningful,
really
but
annoyed me.
they don't have a dialogue, and they just should before they're sent back. I don't understand why. Yeah, then Goblin shows up, and he throws those thingies that cut Toby in Spider-Man 1 when he was inside the building, where Toby does the exact same jump he did in Spider-Man 1, which, yeah, they reuse the shot again. But what I think is neat, I guess, from like a very, very surface level thing, is that Doc Ock saves Spider-Man from those explosions. I think that's okay. I think like from a, for Doc Ock to try to help Peter, which he should have tried to help Tom earlier in the film anyway, but helping Peter right now is nice. I like it, I guess. But yeah, Goblin shows up right now for some reason instead of before. Tom Holland doesn't try to use his nanotech to control Goblin's glider because and then Doctor Strange uses the whip to grab the cube from Goblin, which this whip would have been useful when Peter grabbed the cube from you, wouldn't it? But whatever. And then Goblin cuts Ock's arms like with the glider, like one of those glider knives. So what? These fucking tentacles are supposed to be so fucking durable. Like they literally have to stand the energy from an artificial sun, and sending like those flares back inside. This is insane how like weak they are by this point. But whatever.
What exactly was the blades on the glider made of?
They're made of vibranium.
That sharp. They were made of Minecraft diamonds.
Yeah.
That's why they cut through.
Connor said in chat, Colin, what if ECUM covered our reviews of TASM 1 and 2 from 2019? We'd probably get slaughtered for our takes. You would. You definitely would. But don't worry, we're not going to cover
We should cover his Spider-Man.
Those are like 3 hours long.
Oh yeah, we're not going to cover that, no way. But yeah, it's fucking Goblin. Sorry, go.
5 speed.
I mean, yeah, we could. No, I don't think Jeb would be able to understand anything, seeing as he is, deaf. But sorry, Jeb. But
happy birthday.
Thanks, Jeb. So MJ is thrown off the construction thingy, and Tom jumps after her, and the shot mirrors 1-to-1 the TASM 2 shot with Gwen. Like generally, it's shot the same way, the Brit falling and the way her hand reaches upwards. But yeah. And then Tom, as he's about to reach her, he's gonna grab her hand. Boom! Goblin gets him, and then as Goblin gets him, till Andrew sees it, jumps down, grabs MJ, and fucking saves her. And it is the best moment in the entire film because he breaks down right after he saves her, and it's fucking amazing, and I love it. And it's fucking yes, okay. I like this. This is yes, okay, just yes.
I would say and this applies to a lot of MCU movies I've seen in a while. When he lands, like the animation lacks a bit of polish.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think the CGI is bad, but in terms from a character perspective, this is amazing.
CGI, just the movement. It needs to be a little more of reaction.
It's that thing where for TASM 2 they studied a lot in how to do it mathematically possible with him to make him look and natural with how he swings, but with these films they're just like whatever, just do what's fastest.
Yeah, but you just needed like a few impact frames for it to look more realistic.
Yeah. Andrew, he saves her. He asks her, okay? She says yes. Then he breaks down, and she asks, "Are you okay?" Yeah. And he nods.
Best scene in the film.
Yes,
best
easily.
And
then obviously Andrew, proving he's the best Spider-Man. At least from an acting standpoint, he's also the best character. But we don't need to talk about that right now.
No, we do.
But he's that was a fantastic moment. I really like it. And then Doctor Strange has to try to contain the spell because MJ dropped because Goblin put a bomb inside of the cube, which begs the question: how didn't MJ or Ned die? Because they were right next to the cube, and explosion, they should die. Or Doctor Strange, how didn't he die? I don't know. It just didn't, okay? And then, yeah, the cube exploded and the spell was getting away, and Doctor Strange tries to contain it, but he can't. And then rifts start to open in the sky for other fucking multiverses, where it starts sucking in people who know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man from other universes, or every universe, as Doctor Strange puts
Infinite
it.
universes.
Yeah. We are not every infinite, which is even worse. But yeah, so that is what's happening. And then they have to fight. Yeah, Tom Holland has to fight Goblin to, stop everything from happening. And what happens is Andrew and Toby are trying to stop Tom. They want to stop Tom because Tom is going on a vengeful path, and he wants to fight Goblin and kill him. And as he tells Goblin himself, Goblin has a knife that he pulls out first moment he gets, and I think that's neat. And he didn't have the knife earlier in the film. That was the only moment he has now, which from what I've heard, it seems like he got the knife from his glider. He took it out of his glider and put it in his, gauntlet, which is fine for him to do. So he didn't have it earlier. So this scene is like, it works from like a tentacle blade perspective. And I think the choreography is mostly fine. So
Yes, from what I saw, it was most fun.
yeah, I would say this is the best fight scene in the entire film. He's getting
Yeah.
like destroyed by Tom, and Tom's about to kill him with his own glider when Toby gets in front of it and holds the glider, and he looks at Tom to try to convince him not to do it. And then Toby gets backstabbed by Goblin, which, oh no. And then Andrew,
Finally.
No.
and then Andrew, who was getting Goblin's cure, which is why he didn't get involved, which I think is fine, he waits for a perfect moment to throw it to Tom so Tom can cure him, which is what he does, and they cure Goblin, and Norman is saved now. So yeah, overall, I'd say this is also one of the best scenes in the film. Just
Yeah.
from beginning to end, the fight and him getting cured, everything worked there. I don't think there's like any problems. And then Peter goes to talk to Doctor Strange on top of the Statue of Liberty, and then we're gonna come to the biggest issue in the film that breaks reality, or two characters, depends on which one you want to go with. We're gonna get to that. Point is, he talks to Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange's like, yo, everyone who knows Peter Parker is Spider-Man from other universes, from infinite universes, are coming to this one, and I cannot stop it. And Tom is like, well, can't you just do the spell again, the original spell? And he says, it won't work. Now, given the logic of this film, yes, it would work. But I guess it doesn't. And then he's like, well, what if we made everyone forget who Peter Parker is, not who Spider-Man is? Would that work? And then Doctor Strange's like, no, we gotta find another way. And Tom is like, would it work? And he's like, and Doctor Strange just says yes. So now the only way this logically tracks is if Doctor Strange he erases the people's minds from all these multiverses that they know who Peter Parker is. It cannot simply be this one MCU universe, because if it is, then how it makes absolutely no sense that it reverses the spell, the spell that was made that was pulling everyone into the MCU. Like, it just from cause and effect, it does not track. That makes no sense whatsoever. Or we can, which means that character-wise, Doctor Strange and Tom Holland are pretty fucked because they just fucked over every single Spider-Man from other universes. And if we are going to go by the logic that the film is establishing, yes, doing the original spell again would work, but it doesn't for some reason. So the two options are either this spell will work, but it would only affect the MCU, which makes no sense, which creates a plot hole, which destroys the film. The resolution makes absolutely no sense, which you already won't, but we'll get to that as well. Or this breaks Tom and Strange as characters, so you can choose your poison, but it's broken either way. So yeah, that's fun. And it also means that any time they would, well, I guess future films would say, like, if we have a future film with Andrew, then we would know which one they're going by, and Andrew or Toby or whatever, like maybe a Spider-Verse film or something like that. So yeah, that is fucked either way. What were we gonna say, Joe?
I was just gonna say 5 out of 10.
Oh, of course, no. This spell that breaks reality is a 5 out of 10. Yeah. So yeah, that is a thing that happens, and the thing is, Doctor Strange, the way he describes the spell is, everyone who loves you, we forget who you are. It'd be like you never existed. Which, yeah, he's really fucking over these other Peters if it is actually how the film wants to go. However, I think personally that the film is implying that it only affects the MCU, which means it's a plot hole. So, but I do think that if you want to infer that it's doing the thing where it destroys the characters, it is also fine to go by, because, yeah, because there's not like evidence to prove that it isn't. And the funny thing is, if we're gonna go by their logic, the logic established by Doctor Strange, by the spell and what is happening with the spell that was let loose, it means that erasing people's memories in the MCU is useless to reverse the spell. He would only need to do it from every other universe except for this one. So it makes no sense, just like at all. So yeah. What do you think the main reason are so many people, especially normies, think Tom Holland is best and his films are best? Because it's part of the MCU and people are biased towards the MCU, especially normies, because that is just like the big thing now and everyone loves
Because funny haha jokes.
it. Yeah.
If I had to give an answer, unlike the TASM and Raimi films, it's obviously got an MCU, but it's also got things that they could never do, like interactions with all these different heroes, things with all like the Avengers and that. You could literally describe stuff that you never thought would be possible, like Spider-Man riding Mjolnir, holding the Infinity Gauntlet. It's like stuff like that, and the
then
weight
meeting
behind
Captain
them.
Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, is probably why they think it's the best in his films.
Alright, sorry, just timing someone out in chat because they were speaking Russian. So yeah. But then
Fuck you,
Tom,
foreigner.
but then
Wow.
Doctor Strange tells Tom, "Yo, you gotta say your goodbyes. Cannot hold this much longer." Which, yeah. And then he goes to Tom and Andrew and he says goodbye to them. And he's like, "Yo, thanks for believing me, or whatever." And then they have, I think it's one of the best jokes in the film when Andrew is holding Tom, and Toby, and Toby just sighs, and Andrew's like, "It hurts really bad, doesn't it?" And Toby's like, "Yeah, because he was
Yeah, I
stabbed."
love that. It's just great.
Yeah.
I don't think it's cool to go lol 5 to EFAP when you haven't seen that reason, just heard from others. Our point being, with all our reasons, and if he character work, and we know for a fact they said plot and world build is broken, this can't be a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, and also
by
I
their
listened
standards.
I did listen to a bit, not a lot, but a bit of the
Yeah.
coverage, and I do not agree
I've
with the
listened to
Ned
some of
like excuse they came up with.
Me
like, it just,
neither.
no.
It's stupid. And also, I have people who have told me, at worst, what I can say is take it with a grain of salt that these people who told me things are lying. They may be lying, they may be wrong, they may be misrepresenting EFAP, but I don't believe they are. And I've seen a few clips from the stream itself, not all of it, very few small clips, but I have seen them, and they just simply prove that what I've heard is most likely correct. So yeah, I think it's fine if we talk about it. And yeah, if you want, you can just watch their stream and be like, "Oh yes, they did say this. If ECUM is right," or just correct us on our next stream and be like, "Oh, they didn't actually say that." So yeah.
I mean, if I'm literally hearing points that they made fun of TASM 2 all the time, they didn't.
I don't
They
think they did make fun of TASM or TASM 2
Electro
in this film.
Well,
They did it.
the way
Sad.
EFAP cites it is the fact that Max says to
Yeah.
he says like, "Oh, he tried to turn the entire city into Lizard. She was crazy." But that was not making fun of it, especially when Lizard himself is like, it was the next step in human evolution.
I don't see how this make. I think this film. What I want it. There's a lot of contradictions between for this film between like the TASM and
The
the
Raimi
Raimi
films,
films,
yeah.
which is really fucking stupid, and I hate it. But I wouldn't say it's like making fun of them.
Yeah,
at
me
all.
neither.
And it's also like when they go Electro, it's better here because his goals are more defined, and it's like his goals are the same, if not more reduced.
Yeah, they're the same but a bit worse. Yeah.
It's like he doesn't have that need to try and be noticed in this one for some reason. It doesn't have that contempt for Spider-Man, despite that all being formed by the film and the events that took place. So
Mhm. And also they say that they liked Connors in this film, and they actually gave him a motivation when literally nothing he does makes sense with his motivation, because we don't know what his motivation is if he actually wants to go back and finish his serum, because we don't get any character from him. Whereas in TASM 1, his motivation makes sense, except EFAP, I know for a fact because I've seen that clip a gazillion times because I'm making a video on it. They say that Connors simply wanted to turn everyone into lizards, which is just not true. That is not his motivation. But yeah.
And yeah, the excuse Ned uses sling rings were going is possible with Doctor Strange, but they miss the point of why
Yeah.
Doctor Strange struggled and how actually the sorcerer started learning how to do them. They had to start with the small portals. They could just jump to straight big ones, which means they had to progress and learn their way.
Another nominee take I've seen is Tom being better actor than Toby, and also being more likable character than Andrew. Well, Andrew is very arrogant in both TASM films, more so in 1, but a bit in 2. So I can understand that a bit, though I like Andrew way more, but likability is very subjective, so whatever. As in better acting, I would say it's hard to say because, for example, in No Way Home, Toby's not good. Just outright, he seems like he's sleepwalking through the film. But I think Toby's fantastic
I
in
disagree.
the... Anyway, I think Toby is fantastic in the Raimi trilogy. But I'm not sure if he's better than Tom, because Tom, I think, is a really good actor, and he did really well.
Tom is a
in this
really
film.
good actor. I think a lot of people forget that he is a really good actor.
Yeah, he was really good in No Way Home, and yeah, I'm not sure exactly who I'd say it is better actor between the two, but Andrew is easily the best actor of all 3 Spider-Man. So yeah, I'm not between the two. I'm not sure who I'd say is best. But yeah, then Tom says goodbye to Toby and Andrew, and then he goes to talk to MJ and Ned, and he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna find you. We're gonna be okay. I'm gonna tell you it's gonna be fine." He says goodbye to them. Then he kisses MJ. Then Doctor Strange undoes the spell, and he does the spell, and then everyone is sent back.
I utterly adore the score in this scene. I think it's my favorite.
I went
piece of
to
music in
pee
the
at that
film.
moment, so I actually have no idea what the score is in that moment.
It's track 21.
Oh, 21. I've heard people really praise that one.
I absolutely fucking adore it. It's great.
Then we cut back to after everyone forgets who Peter is. We cut back to the Daily Bugle, and they're like, see, nobody knows the identity of Spider-Man, and he caused damages and shit like that. And that is already starting to worry me. And then Andrew, he goes to the place where MJ works, and she doesn't remember him, but she has a Band-Aid on her head because she's hurt from the battle. It's in the same place where she was bleeding before, which, yeah. Marcus watched Tick Tick Boom easily, but Andrew's best performance. I will watch it, hopefully tonight. But yeah. Then he goes, neither Ned nor MJ recognize him, which makes sense. Wait, Colin, you haven't seen The Social Network?
Nope, I have not seen it.
Have you not seen
What
it?
the fuck?
I just haven't. I haven't seen it, all right?
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
But anyway,
Hey, I've been fucking
Imagine not
watching
seeing the Social
Netflix
Network.
right now, all right?
well, I
least
don't
you
think
say
it's fair
yesterday
to
that
criticize
Punisher
their
is
comments on
Marvel.
Electro and Lizard having better motivations here, when in both clips you reference
Totally
are
seen
either
that
a
movie.
catch-up stream or a critique of this movie. Okay, first off, it's not a catch-up stream. It's the stream critiquing, breaking down this film yesterday. That's when they said that the motivations in No Way Home are better. The catch-up thing, I think you're misremembering it because it was not a catch-up stream. It was in a super chat moment in a mainline EFAP. It was not a super chat catch-up. But anyway, what they said was, and I've seen the entire clip, the entirety of what they say about these characters, and I think it's fair for me to criticize it when I've seen it a gazillion times and I'm making a response video to that clip, especially because of what they talk about in terms of the TASM 2 debate I had with them. So I don't understand what you're saying. I know the context for both. At worst, you could say that the people who told me about what EFAP said yesterday about these characters in No Way Home are misrepresenting them, which I know they're not. Well, I don't think they are, because these people wouldn't. I don't see the point in doing that. And also because these people, it's more than one people who have said the same thing about these aspects of the film, because more than one people DM me about this. So I don't understand what the issue is. At worst, you can just watch the stream, tell me where I got them wrong, and if I didn't, then what's the issue?
And we've got the exact quote of what they said. And it is fair to criticize when there's an inconsistent standard. You can't praise Electro Lizard in this film and then shit on them in the Tarzan films.
Mm-hmm. Right, so Spider-Man still be chased as responsible for the drone attack since they only forgot Peter. In theory, yes. I'm not sure exactly how this would work because they don't forget who Spider-Man is. But yeah, so getting back to the film just chronologically. Peter talks to MJ and Ned, and he's like, no, I'm not going to tell him. And he doesn't because he doesn't want to ruin their lives like he did in the before everyone forgot who he was, which I think is a good moment for him because it's like, yeah, the whole multiverse was at stake. I'm going to make people who love me forget me, and I'm also going to sacrifice these people because, have my relationship with these people because I need to be the better person. I need to be responsible with this power I have instead of just letting these people I love get hurt, which I think is fine. It was a grind to get through for me because Jesse Eisenberg has Go Away With Me. He's a good actor, by the way, but I managed to get through. Well, Jesse Eisenberg is amazing, so fuck you. But yeah, then we see Peter at Aunt May's grave where Happy shows up. Oh yeah, by the way, Aunt May's grave, it has the same quote as it does in Spider-Man PS4, which is funny. And what's even funnier is Feast didn't have a name until this film, or this film or Far From Home. Either way, point being, they're really copying Spider-Man PS4, but whatever. And then Happy shows up and he's like, oh, how'd you know Aunt May? How'd you know May? And he's like, oh, through Spider-Man. And Happy's like, oh, me too. Which begs the question of what? How does Happy know who Spider-Man is? He knows who Aunt May is, which means the only reason he would know who Spider-Man is through Aunt May is because he is her nephew, which means he can't have forgotten that Peter is Spider-Man. He can't have forgotten who Peter is. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. But then they have a heart-to-heart, and I liked it. And it's like, Happy's like, these people, what they stand for when they die, it kind of feels like what they stand for dies with them. And then Peter's like, no, it doesn't. We carry it for them, which is the same idea that Tasm Chu did. Well, Tasm 1 and Chu did, but, whatever. Let's just copy other Spider-Man films. But anyway, Peter goes to an apartment that he's renting. And now I'm going to talk about the bigger issue with this fucking last 10 minutes. So, I am insanely confused by how the spell works. So it either only affects people's memories or it only affects or it affects documentation and shit like that as well. Because if it doesn't affect documentation, then it makes absolutely no sense. For example, Peter would still be enrolled in that high school he studied at for the last 3 years. He would have a birth certificate. He would have documents about him, which means that not everyone forgot. Because, well, yeah, if documents exist, they would know that he, as a person, exists. They would have these documents. And which also means that the video he broadcast last night for a couple hours before was for the Daily Bugle, which still exists, which means people would know that is Peter Parker, that is Spider-Man. And also every evidence that was shown that Peter Parker is Spider-Man through like Mysterio or anything like that would all be known still, that would still exist. Or the spell also affects documentation and also affects videos and photos of Peter, which means there is no evidence of him existing, which makes it confusing. Firstly, how fucking Spider-Man is known to exist, because if Spider-Man is Peter Parker, I don't understand why they wouldn't forget Spider-Man as well. And also, how okay, so he gets rent here, even if he doesn't have documentation. I think it's plausible that he could have, if the landlord was like not that strict about documentation. But how is he gonna pay for it? Because he needs to get a job. How is he gonna get a job without being able to have documentation? How is he gonna enroll into college? How is he gonna study? How is he gonna pay for anything? How is he gonna continue existing when there is no documents he can use? And he doesn't even have all the tech he used to anymore, because now, well, he makes his own suit. Secondly, he doesn't have anyone who knows who he is anymore, so therefore he wouldn't have the support of these people. However, and this is stupid from Peter, he doesn't need to rent this apartment, because since people still know that Spider-Man exists, it means he can go to the Avengers compound or anywhere else. He can literally go to Doctor Strange, explain to him everything that happened, and be like, yes, I'm Spider-Man, this is what happened last night, where you helped me erase everyone's memories, and that saved a multiverse. Therefore, we can you can help me, right? And then he's gonna let Peter live in the Sanctum Sanctorum or shit like that, which is definitely in character for both Wong and Doctor Strange to do. especially after he explains to him how they just saved the multiverse. So he doesn't need to rent this apartment, but also I have no idea how any of this would work in terms of documentation or anything like that. Though I do think it works from a character perspective for Peter. So yes, those are the issues, and then Peter does the final swing, and the film ends. So
Duh.
yeah, and also he has a new suit, which seems to be inspired by both Andrew and Toby's suits, which I think is neat as a concept. But I thought the CGI looked bad, and we don't get a good enough look at the suit.
I don't know why they didn't give us like him like standing still. We get a full look of the suit and then do the swing. I have no idea why.
I've only seen like the suit from those stills, but they're not very high quality. But we can like see that.
Yeah, it was just like a nice shot
the
of
insignia
the
is,
suit
like,
in full.
closer
Yeah,
to
I will
them
say
to
at least
the other one.
the spider looks better than it did in Far From
Yeah,
My
I
Homecoming.
really like it.
It actually looks like a spider.
Yeah, and I like the very bright blue.
You making a response to that super chat clip seems a bit extreme and hostile when you could have got Southpaw or DM'd them. Hey, I think that was a poor analogy. What? No. What? No, I want to make a... First they misrepresent both Phasm films, then they try to... then they make up shit about Far From Home to be able to praise it, and that was on in the clip. And then all I want is to not be made fun of for simply thinking a movie is good when they think it's bad. And they said that to like... Not a billion, but thousands of people live. It's a 4-minute clip that bashes me and Thought Theater for being stupid simply because we don't think a movie they think is bad. Like, if they can do that in front of thousands of people, I can also make a video responding to them. What's the issue? Also, I took that 2+2 analogy not as not a misrepresentation of you. Mahler doesn't really get how you can defend Phasm 2. Is interested in another debate. Yeah, that's stupid. First off, he should be interested in another debate simply by what he stands for. And secondly, I don't care how he doesn't get how I can defend Phasm 2. I don't get how he can criticize it. His criticisms are terrible. Like that debate we had, yeah, Thought and I lost hard, but his criticisms of the film were terrible. Really, really bad. Just because we lost doesn't mean that we are that the film is bad. And so him saying, "Oh, I don't get how he can defend. I don't get how he can criticize," but I'd be open to hearing him criticize it again on a debate. Well, not anymore because I don't like EFAP anymore. I don't want to try to do this kind of shit with them anymore. But yeah, and also I want to call out EFAP because I think they've been really losing their way lately. Where I don't think they were great before, as looking through some other streams recently, but I don't think they are. They've been losing their way and really losing their consistency. And I'll call that out in a video where I can put all my thoughts out about how EFAP seems to be incredibly inconsistent with not only how they deal with people and guests, but also how they deal with films and their standards, how they've been slipping. I want to make this public because I want people to understand why whenever here on ECUM we make fun of EFAP, it's because we actually think their standards are slipping and we wish they were better. Like, I don't understand what the issue is. Like, of me just calling them out on that. So sorry.
And also I just wanted to say, just because some like you, for example, not being able to make the best arguments out of the fly, just because you lost that debate technically doesn't mean the conversation is like the conversation should be open ended. I think that's the point of discussion. It's not like, I think the point of EFAP is like, we discuss, but we never like reach a conclusion. Like the debate always keeps going. I think what Mahler is trying to say on that clip is that you keeping defending Tasm or finding new defenses for the movie even after the debate, or suggesting another debate to be like something ridiculous like that. 2+2 analogy is made. I don't understand. I think that's very contradiction to what they originally stand for.
It's also like I'm literally neutral on it all because I'm at the point I don't care about saying it's quality. If I say it's X, I get shit. If I say it's Y, I get shit. But I've been hearing the arguments, and I heard the arguments in the debate put to me, and I'll refute them in 2 seconds with the science ones because their scientific claims were false. Like, they said Electro shouldn't be weak to water. I literally proved how Electro would be weak to water.
Yeah,
very
and it's
quickly.
like Chrono said as well. I don't get how you can defend Far From Home and No Way Home. And it's like, yeah, they defended those
Yeah.
films. I don't get how they could. Then if I say
It's,
that, you're gonna say, well, but you don't know their arguments. And I'm gonna say, exactly, that's the point. EFAP doesn't know my new arguments, everything that I've come up with for the last year since that debate. And just the idea of being like, oh, it's so dismissive of saying, oh, he doesn't understand how I could defend it. I don't understand how I could defend these films, but I still heard their arguments and I know their shit. Because yeah, from what I've heard, their shit. So it's just of hearing out and creating a conversation. Sorry to cut you off, Strike, but yeah, go on.
No problem. I said the thing they did with the TASM villains, they did exactly the same thing with the Eternal characters, which is like they make the most disingenuous the representation of the characters when it's something they don't like, and when it's something they like with Far From Home, they like make these definitions of the characters to make them look better out of their asses.
How I would
Mysterio
say
and,
is really interesting to compare is watch the Eternal stream and watch the Suicide Squad stream. Watch how different they are to picking up on small details for the characters in the Suicide Squad, and how they that Fringy just ignores every single character trait from the Eternals to praise the Suicide Squad, but to criticize the Eternals for saying every character is thin when it's not. The characters in Eternals are great.
Much very oversimplification of every single character, basically.
Yeah, which is the same thing they did for Lizard and Max.
Electro.
Yeah, the amount of times I keep hearing the simplification, Electro's sad because Spider-Man forgot him, and Kurt just wants to turn people into lizards, and I have to keep getting every time 10 pieces of dialogue that show there's more complexity to it just on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
I had to do it today even, like, because someone put my tweet in the Discord server, which is fine, but I showed so many lines that proved the motive of Electro. Is it just as simple as Spider-Man forgot? Because it's not even the fact that Spider-Man forgot him.
Yeah, he gets mad at Spider-Man because the police shot him, and he's like, "Oh shit, the police are working with Spider-Man. I thought they were on my side." And then I thought Spider-Man was on my side, and because they shot me, I'm like, "Oh shit, the Spider-Man betrayed me," which is the point of that internal monologue we hear from the score. You know, he lied to me, he shot at me, he hates on me. Like, people can make fun of that all they want, but it clearly outlines his thought process. And if people just ignore that, you would just be like, oh, he just wants people to be sad, and because, you know, Spider-Man forgot his name. That's completely disingenuous, which is exactly what EFAP did, which is to say his motivations were he wants people to be sad. So I think we're done with all that. So yeah, No Way Home is a film. How, after all of this, going through this, after all this, how are you guys feeling about this film on like an enjoyment-wise rating and an quality rating, going from left to right, first column? How are you feeling?
I still really like this film, and I think mainly the reason why I like it is mainly to do with stuff like direction, acting, cinematography. A lot of the characters, things are neat but not fully fleshed out, apart from people like, I think, Andrew. I think is probably the most fleshed out character, even with his lack of screen time. I think he's fucking great. Other than that, I think this film is pretty fucking garbage overall. Yeah, I would say probably entertainment wise, I'd probably give it like a 6 or a 7. Probably a 7, because there was like, I think I really enjoy like the soundtrack and the direction and acting. I think that really keeps me engaged in the film. I think the second half I enjoy more than the first, because that first act was just a slog to get through. I was really not feeling it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Literally, I was probably into the film when Doc Ock showed up with the music. I think that was when I was like, okay, I can now actually kind of enjoy this now.
Yeah.
And just, I would say in terms of quality, it's like a 2 or 3. I'll probably say like a 2. Yeah, that's where my head's at. So
right.
I think it's fun to watch, but it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, I would agree. Jeb, your ratings, what you thinking?
Subjectively, when I first watched it, I put it at a 9 or 10 out of 10, just for what it like represents. In terms of looking back on it, it's definitely diminished, but I don't know by how much till tomorrow, because I'm seeing it again tomorrow and I won't have that emotional bias over it.
You shill.
So I'd give it a reserved 7. It might stay like that. Objectively, I first went out with a 3 out of 10, which I think was fair first time. I knew plot just didn't make any sense. I knew world building, I knew some characters were flawed. Obviously speaking about it more with Marcus, Southpaw, and all that, and then the stream. I don't know if I could keep it at 2. I might lower it to 1.5 because the whole paired with the MIT thing, Peter going up the building, and stuff like that.
That was the funniest thing I found
It's
out during the stream.
At least you knew the way up.
Yeah.
You
It's-
know, you got to be careful with those.
it's nothing. It's nowhere near a 5. I don't think it's anywhere near a 4 either. I think 3 is the maximum you could give it. And I think an issue that a lot of people have in EFAP included, it's just that I think there's a lot of emotional bias when it comes to this film. EFAP already have the
I
problem with
sense that a
MCU's.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, EFAP have this problem with MCU Spider-Man anyway. Throw all this into the mix, it kind of goes off the rails, and that's kind of the problem with it. Fair enough, it's something we have. Just
I wanted
we
to read
have
that
tried.
when you were done. So fair enough. I still think it'd be better for everyone to just DM them or get Southpaw to DM them since they're on good terms and just do what IEG did with a private stream that may or not be released. So here's the thing. First off, I have DM Baller a few times about different things. He's always ignored me, even though I've gotten calls with him, even though I talked to him a few times. I was on EFAP, whatever. He always ignores me. But even then, regarding this issue, I don't think I would talk to him. I want people to understand how EFAP have fallen, and whether he takes that comment back, EFAP, I still think it's worth calling out EFAP, and I think doing it in the way that I'm doing is better because of that. Secondly, Southpaw is not on good terms with them, so that is out the window. But I am friends with a few people who are friends of EFAP, such as Chase, Moriarty, I mean, SK talks to Muller and DMs fairly consistently. TMR, yeah, meme. Thought Theater, as far as I know, every time he DMs Muller responds, so I could, but I am not going to do that. I think me calling them out is a better approach because I want people to understand how their standards have dipped since then. And it's not for me wanting to create drama. It's for me to wanting people to understand my frustration and why I got so upset when that clip was pointed out to me, and to the point where I went on Twitter and said that the EFAP is legitimately pathetic, which is a reference to Rags calling SK legitimately pathetic, which is part of the issue I have with EFAP. Is how they're so quick to doing that kind of shit. But whatever. We're talking about Spider-Man. Nothing's coming out. The Matrix 10. The Matrix comes out.
Matrix coming out.
Yeah. But yeah. So those are my thoughts on the EFA kind of shit. So yeah. With that, my rating. Yeah. So when I first watched the film, I hated it. I rewatched it today. Oh, I didn't rewatch all of it. I stopped just as the third act began because I did not have time. Because I started it way too late. Because I'm retarded. Point being, I still didn't like it. I like it more because I didn't have the audience reactions anymore, annoying me the shit out of me, which was everyone clapping every time a character they knew showed up, or shit like that.
That's cultural appropriation.
Yes, everyone's acting like CEOs. Yeah, I did not. I liked it more, but I still hate it. And talking about all the issues of the film just makes me either. Maybe I don't hate it as much. I think I'm more empathetic at this point where I'm like, I just laugh at how bad this film is, but I do not enjoy it. And like as you will have gathered from me describing the film today, everything with Andrew, mostly everything with Andrew really got to me. I thought it was really good. And so I don't hate every bit of it. I think there are, quality stuff in it. I'm pretty sure I praised the parts that I thought were like pretty good. Like Zendaya as MJ was fucking fantastic. Tom Holland was really good. MJ as a character was good. Andrew was good. Goblin was mostly good. So it's not devoid of value, but I also don't think it is anywhere near close to being good. nor to something that I will actually enjoy, like rewatching, just like for the sake of it. If I want to rewatch a Spider-Man film, I'm either gonna rewatch Into the Spider-Verse or TASM films. So yeah. With that, I would say enjoyment-wise, I would give a 3 out of 10, and in terms of quality, I would give it a 2. I would not give it a 1 because I think 1 is way too low, because there is some good stuff in it, but and I don't do like decimals like Jeb does with like 1.5. So yeah, and also yeah, I don't do zeros. So yeah, from 1 to 10, I would give it a 2. I do not think it's good, and enjoyment wise, it is a 3. So yeah. And now Strike. What? Wait.
So
Hold on
I
one sec.
agree.
One sec.
Apologies.
Wow, so how come they're not on good terms with Southpaw? That is something that has been publicly known, but I will not say why, for the sake of privacy of all these people that are involved, because they do not want to share why they're not on good terms yet, and I think that's perfectly fair. But let's just say they are not, and not elaborate on that. I can't say why, okay? But they are not. Strike, your turn, if you would like to talk.
So first and foremost, I agree with the 2 rating in terms of quality, and in terms of enjoyment for the reasons that have already been stated. I couldn't give it a 0 because I still appreciate some of the details like Green Goblin and some of Andrew's scenes, but I don't enjoy it at all. I was actually the opposite of Marcus, because you said you hated it at first and now you're just apathetic. You like make fun of it. And when I initially watched it on theater, I would like to make fun of it, but the more and more I think of it, and now as I watch it today, I hate it a little more, and I really can't stand this movie. It's probably like the same. It's probably a 2 in terms of enjoyment as well.
Yeah.
I
All right then.
Yeah, I really do not like this movie at all.
So what I think is funny, at least for me, even though I hate this film, I would still say it's the most entertaining film of the MCU Spidey trilogy, because I think Homecoming and Far From Home are insanely boring, whereas me hating a film or actually having something of value, which is like the Andrew stuff, actually makes me want to rewatch this film way more. But yeah, I just think that's funny to show how bad this trilogy is.
I would agree with that, but that's just a testament to how boring the other 2 movies is.
Yeah.
When I watched Far From Home, I got sick. I was already sick, but I felt even worse after watching it.
Yeah, no, Far From Home was really boring. Whenever we watched it, I almost fell asleep, and I only didn't because I was watching it with people.
They're the thing these movies have all in common is that they're all so cringe. Like the first hour of this movie is literally unwatchable. I literally had to put up a game while I was rewatching it today to stay, semi-focused watching it. Otherwise, I would literally fall asleep.
Yeah, I was watching it while I was watching the Liverpool match, so I was able to not fall asleep.
I was playing RuneScape, so
yeah. So I think that is it for today. It's a long stream today. Well, longish for our standards. It's long for 4 hours. I think we went through pretty much all of the issues, though probably not all of them. If you want, you can go to Southpaw's channel. I had a stream there with him, Shandy, Grant, SK, SSJ Mike, Mr. Bowie from Yarp, Jake Doss. Yeah, so a lot of people.
If you like a stream where people talk over each other constantly, then go and watch that.
Yeah, if you like that, then go watch that. It was
just wait for your turn.
Yeah, we talked about the film for 6 hours. Well, the stream is 6 hours long. We probably talked about the film for 3 of that because we just went on random tangents. Point being, if there are issues I didn't bring up here, I may have just forgotten and they were brought up on that stream. So if you want like a companion piece to this one, watch that, and then you can like catch some of the stuff we may have missed. Though I think we went today for a good middle ground of not going like fully into detail of some of the smaller issues, but mostly focusing on the big ones. So yeah, I think today went pretty well. Next stream.
I think
sorry.
As more time went on, probably more issues are gonna to appear.
Oh yeah, definitely. The more I've talked in SK server, just show SK or Bootneck, people like that. So many issues have been popping up, and it's kind of insane. And I think it's gonna get even more broken.
Might as well go to a 1. So
yeah, I would never lower it to 1 unless we found out that Andrew was out of character. So yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. Tomorrow, once you finish editing Doctor Who's Flux episode 4 for tomorrow. Not sure if I'm going to be able to, but I'm going to try. At worst, it's going to be Tuesday. And then after that, episode 6 I need to edit, but I want to hopefully have them both out this week because, we're going to have the New Year's episode soon, and I also need to start editing the Flash episode, so yeah, that's going to be fun. But other than that, next week, hopefully, we're going to finish covering YMS's video and then Drinkers on Eternals, and then we're probably going to never talk about Eternals again unless an extremely cringe video comes up. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that. And I think...
Spider-Man is cringe. Go watch Hurricane.
oh yeah, I need to watch Hurricane actually. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Before we leave, I would like to help to post one more time in this chat Thought Theater's Indiegogo campaign for his short film. If you guys would like to send him money to support his campaign to get his film up, because, well, it is a fantastic screenplay that he showed me, and he's very passionate about it. He has written a lot of screenplays, and that's the one he liked the most, and I definitely can see why. And he's got some really cool people involved with the project, so if you want to help that out or just simply share it around to help him get more acknowledgement on, he can actually reach the goal of his campaign, that would be very cool. And yeah, I think that is all for today. So thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you all next time. And if you want to check out Editron and Stryke channel, they're both in the description. So yeah, go do that. And yeah, see ya. Bye.
Bye.
Mutants.